La 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 la. Oh, what? Facebook and Instagram, WhatsApp are all still down? Are you kidding me? What? They were shut down this morning. I tried to check my Instagram and it well, actually I checked my email and my email told me that they weren't working and I was like, "Oh, what? Well, I'm going to go check my Instagram now." Even though I didn't want to look at it or anything. They said it was a DNS issue, huh? Uh-huh. Sure they do. Yeah, I don't know. All this stuff gets released about Facebook and how it's bad for people. Just, you know, how there's a whistleblowing that happens and then all of a sudden they all shut down. Weird. Very, very strange, huh? Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp all have whistleblowing and it gets exposed and then all of a sudden, spooky style, they suddenly all have DNS issues, huh? Interesting. Well. Fascinating. The happy dance. Oi, Tsunami Slayer, how are you doing? Oi. Right, just the day before the guy said something. Yeah, very interesting timing. Epic Fried Noodles, how are you doing? What's up? We're gonna play some Little Nightmares. We're gonna play spooky game. Awkward IRL, how are you doing? Cabby Stripes, hiya. Alchemic, what's up, my friend? BTS Alex, hello. Imagine if you can't even get into work. I know. Imagine not being able to work at whatever they're called, Facebook. It'd be cool if they looked into Twitch too, TBH. Take a little look at what's going on inside of there, eh? Hey, Nutty Melon, how are you doing? What's up? Oi. You ready for some spooky games? As it says on the title, Boneheads only. If you're not a bonehead, you're not allowed. You're not allowed in the stream, okay? Spooky vibes only. There'll be no wholesome. Actually, what me? You can still be a wholesome skeleton. I'll be a wholesome skeleton. Hey, guess what? What? Alchemic, tell me. What is it? Spoopy time. Oh yeah. You're tired, but shall stay. Okay, Awkward. If you want to, Awkward, don't leave me. Yatta Cake, what's up? How are you doing? Yatta, how are you doing? Yatta Cake, I hope you're doing good. Awa. I am a spooky, scary, and mostly wholesome. What? Spooky, scary skeletons and wow, Phantasma! Thank you for the 9 months. Phantasma, thank you so much for the 9 months.
Wow, how time flies less than 3.
Wow, and what a perfect name for for spooky vibes. Oi, Phantasma, thank you so much for the 9 months of support. Oi. Can we please put some hype in the chat for the 9 months of subscribing? Thank you so much. That's the entire term of a baby. Therefore, we have a Twitch baby. Phantasma, what are we gonna name this child? Look at all the hype for the chat. Yeah. Pocket Cupcake, Awkward IRL. Phantasma. Mediocre Pigeon, thank you for the hype in the chat. Hey, Phantasma. Here's to 9 more months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Kitty, we need Halloween emotes. I can't. The emote artists that I hired, they're always busy. If I had been like fast enough, sure, I could have done it. And they're not my emotes really. Like, I own them, but I'm not supposed to edit them or anything, so I can't mess with them. I can't do anything about them. I can't even use them on merch without like talking to the artist. It's kind of a pain in the neck, if I'm being honest. But I don't know. Maybe I can next time. I don't know. They're staying how they are, but there is a way to like make them float on the screen with a hat. I don't know. I tried to make a Capagen work, but it's not working right now. So I don't think that there's gonna be Halloween emotes. I'm sorry. Fantastic. Thank you so much for the subby. How are you doing? Calico, what's up? Calico just blepped their way into the chat. Oi, I'll make you some emotes if you can complete some challenges. Oh, that is not, it's too late now. It's too late for Halloween emotes. I should have gotten them ready like Obst. It's all right. Maybe we can focus on the Christmas emotes. It auto puts the hats on. Yeah, I know. And it kind of worked, but I don't know. The emotes aren't showing up on the screen. But A-Star, how are you doing? What's up? Welcome to the chat. We're gonna play Little Nightmares too. I know that you like this game. You have a black cat named Binks, so he is our Halloween friend. What? Tsunami Slayer. We just watched that movie. Did you watch that movie with us? We just watched for the first. I watched for the first time. Hocus Pocus, and it was good. It's too late. It's only the start of October. You don't understand. Awkward. Listen. You don't understand. You gotta be ready for everything. You gotta be ready 10 months in advance. I'm already planning what we're gonna do for my next birthday party. All right, that's just how it is. Twitch is a quick game, so you gotta be ready. You gotta be ready 10 months in advance. This game is one of your favorites from the year? Well, it's time to get spooky. Yes. You're gonna vibe and watch because you're working on stuff. Nice. Everybody be doodling. Alchemic, Alchemic, what am I supposed to guess? I'm still haunted. I don't see any. Alchemic, what is it? A-Star, working on stuff, eh? Spooky. Everybody should get worried. There's some spooky art, no doubt, coming from our friendo A-Star. Hocus Pocus, we named him after Zachary Binks. Yeah, the cat in the movie. The cat in the movie. It was a pretty good movie. I enjoyed it. I thought it was funny. But this game was gifted to me by Rosera, I think. I'm very excited. Oi, it's Dakota, the furry king. Mwahaha. Welcome, demons, ghouls, and other manners of horrors to the Earl of Suds' little nightmares. Dakota. Dakota, how are you doing? Oi. Are you ready for some little nightmares? No big nightmares, just little ones. Amateur Saboteur. Oi. Thank you so much for the 7 months. Hey, appreciate it. Oi. Can we get some hype in the chat for the 7 months? Amateur Saboteur, thank you so much. Oi, 7 months of support. Appreciate it. Alchemic. Oh no.
Hey Bone Daddy. They're 5 king, they're 5 king, they're 5 king, they're 5 king.
Not Bone Daddy. 20 months, yo, can we get some hype in the chat? Holy moly, it's a tier 3 sub of 20 months. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Alchemic. Dang it, my camera is, hang on. Let me adjust it just a little bit, Alchemic. Thank you so much for the extreme support for 20 months. Holy moly. It's been so long. Holy mackerel. Goodness gracious. And a tier 3, the highest subby. I appreciate it. It's a spooky month. Hey, Texan Bread, it is the spooky month. Yo. Spooky time. It's getting scary around here. Awkward. I love this hoodie too. It's so comfortable. And it really stands out in this spooky room. Spooky dooky lights. Ooh. But yes, like I said, we're gonna holy moly, so many subs today. You guys, thank you so much for the subs. The Halloween vibes here are incredible. Yes, Seattle cake. And it'll get even spookier whenever we start playing Little Nightmares 2. Oh my, very spooky game. I'm just fixing stuff. Very spooky games. I'm excited. I've never played this game before, but we did play the first Little Nightmares, and it was scary without being too bad. It wasn't like absolutely horrific, but it was definitely spooky. Bone Daddy hurts my soul. Am I the only one thinking that Kenny right now, if he was in a lab coat and pants with the blue latex gloves, an evil scientist that we never knew that we needed? What? I do have a white coat that we could use. Last year, for like us playing Luigi's Mansion, I dressed up as the doctor in the game. So I still have a white lab coat. I still have those goggles. And I think I just got some black gloves, but they're not shiny. You said boneheads only, so you'd be the Bone Daddy. The daddy of all boneheads? Well, I mean, possibly. This game called Subnautica, it's not a horror game. Yeah, I mean, actually, I was looking on PlayStation, and they put Subnautica in the horror category, actually. So, I mean, I don't consider it a horror game, but apparently it's spooky enough to be considered a horror game. I have been looking into it, because we've already played Subnautica 3 times on stream. So if I wanted to, like, shake it up, apparently there's this program that hooks up a bunch of games together. so that you can have like one person playing one game, one person playing another one. And Subnautica is a game that works with it. So it's like somebody could be playing Legend of Zelda. They could get a new item, and then in Subnautica, it would give you something. Or in Subnautica, I do something, and then it gives them an item in Legend of Zelda. Like they all hook together, like a little, I don't know. It's like nothing I've ever heard, but it was mentioned by Brad, and I know that it works for Phasmos. So I'm not sure if we would do like maybe crowd control or maybe a randomizer or something. It'd have to, yeah, sounds Brad-tastic. Is exactly right. Yes, it was 100% Brad's idea, but the point is that we might play Phasmo again, but I would either have to speedrun it, or I'd have to randomize it, or I'd have to do something. Oi, Darren, what's up? Spooky time. It's spooky time. Woo! We're gonna be playing some Little Nightmares 2. I'm excited. We're about to get started. And if we if we keep going, we might play something new. I'm really excited about Phasmophobia updates. I hope that they add some more difficulty, or that, I don't know, they're gonna add a couple of ghosts, but this is like their big moment. This is your big moment. Please release some absolutely horrifying content that will scare the bejeebus out of me, like the multiverse theory. Oh, well, Dakota, it's no. No, I don't think so. I don't think that it's like a multiverse theory. It's just multiple games connected to one another. Phantasma, thank you so much for the 40 bits. Hey, since I did a lot of stuff with alerts, I have changed them up a little bit. I made the font a little bit easier to see. Some of them are different. I don't think I touched any of the bit ones. Oi, how are you doing, Quiver? The what? Tripo? Quiver, I don't know what that means. Oi, Quiver, how are you doing? Thank you so much, Phantasma, for the 40 bits. Yeah, and you guys, thank you for the level 2 hype train. I appreciate it. Now that the hype has been made, now we're ready to start this game. Now it's serious time, you guys. It's serious gaming time. You guys, thank you very much for the hype train that initiated the stream. And now I present to you. Oh, wait, what? Little Nightmares 2 or Enhanced Edition? What? Wait. What? What is the difference? Oi, Quiver, how are you doing? It's a little bit spooky, but it's only rated T, so it shouldn't be too bad. What's the Enhanced Edition? Dive into an unforgettable nightmare with Enhanced Edition. What? Should I play Enhanced Edition or not? What do you mean enhanced? Define the enhancements. What has been enhanced? It's just graphics? That's it? Why would they make it optional? Is there something wrong with it? It says this allows for Little Nightmares 2 to have 4 features: ray trace reflections, volumetric shadows, interactive particles, and immersive audio. So they just took things that are normally in the settings and they made it so that it's a different launcher. Okay, fine. We'll see what Enhanced Edition does. Who freaking knows? Maybe it's gonna break the entire game and it'll blow up. I can only hope. Also, hi there, Lens. What's up? Oi. Enhanced. Yeah, enhanced as in making my frames drop. I'm excited. 30 frames. Oof. My CPU's already at 10% and the game ain't even running yet. Mamma mia. I don't know what I've been doing recently, but my poor computer has been going through it. My computer is ready to explode at any moment. The enhancements were made for next-gen console release. What? Next-gen console? But this is a PC. But if it's a PC, I don't care. Don't. Enhanced means enhanced income earning. I guess so. I'm lagging out the wazoo. I apologize. Hopefully it's not messing with my audio too much. Okay, it's back to 60. Great. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I forgot to. Oh, no. OBS just updated, and I think that it didn't run admin mode. Why does it reset that setting every time? OBS just updated. No, it just updated, and it automatically disables it for no reason. It disables it every time. I'm sorry that the stream elements is stupid. I'm sorry that it's stupid. Also, I can't hear audio yet. Is there? I do agree. Yes, I agree to all of your things. Okay, well, the game's probably gonna run just fantastic, you guys. Adjust the... Oh, you can even see Gamma now. Interesting. Thanks for the thanks for that. Coffee Casualty, how are you going? What's up? Hey. Kenny, I think it was Kenny that killed your PC. No. It's not Kenny's fault. It's OBS's problem. The game is best experienced with a controller. Okay. But I can't hear the audio right now. Maybe I need to turn it up. Oh man. Okay, now you should be able to hear. Gosh, my poor CPU is gonna explode now. Imagine being able to run games at more than 15 FPS. I know, I'm trying to imagine it. Okay, I'm gonna plug in my controller and let's see what happens. Kitty trying to run next-gen games on his last-gen PC while streaming it and not even putting the settings correctly. OBS is getting worse and hogging all your CPU power. Oh, they're breaking it. Where'd the music go? Where'd the music go, game? The spookiest thing about the game is that the audio turns off randomly. Woo! Yeah, is there no audio controls? Master volume. Okay. Master volume is at max. And of course, we're hearing maximum audio. Maximum audio is being enjoyed at this very moment. All right. No, we cannot pick resolution. Hey, that's illegal. Hey. Hey, thank you so much, Human One, for the 9 months. Oi, 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 Human One.
5 hype there.
Thank you so much for the
5 hype there. 5 hype.
Thank you so much for the 9 months of support. Elgato, no signal. There we go. Now it's working. Okay, this should be easier for my computer to run. Hey, Human One, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. How are you doing, Human One? We're trying to play this game right now, but it's broken. We're trying to play this broken game right now. Okay, I think we can try it, but the audio wasn't working. Why is it broken? I'm scared that I don't hear any sounds. It's totally silent. It's totally silent. I don't know what's happening. Maybe I've got an idea. Maybe I need to retell it like what the audio source is. Maybe it changed up its audio sources. I don't know. Let me see. It did. Whenever I plugged in the controller, it changed where it wanted to play the audio. How rude. How rude. Okay. Well, there we go. Now we can hear it. You guys, I'm still working on my setup. I'm sorry that it's a mess, but I've had to like install a bunch of stuff for PS5 and it's getting worse, and my computer's a mess right now. I apologize. The spooky skeleton song. Yes, it's amazing. Pizza, how are you doing? What's up? Okay. So now we play the spooky game. Let's get it started. Oh, empty. I thought that those were difficulty settings for a second. Jason, how are you doing? What's up, Tayaki-san? Welcome to the chat. Oi, 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 oi. This game sounds so cool. You love watching the gameplay. Ooh, splendid. Splendid. I'm excited. I'm excited and a little scared. Difficulty level empty inside. Poor computer. It's going through it. I know. You can like see all of the seams getting torn apart on my PC. Against my better wishes, I'm gonna turn up the audio on my headphones. I just like turned it down for y'all because the game was trying to get ya. The game was trying to blow out your ears. But I won't let it. I'm a little box boy. I'm a little error on the screen because the game's crashing. No! What? The controller disconnected. It's still connected. Shut up, game. All right. Yeah, imagine the same controls as always. I thought the game was crashing, but it's not crashed. Okay. Can y'all hear and see it? I mean, it's kind of quiet right now. Spooky, scary skeleton. I'm glad that's not just my computer that's struggled with this game. It's being a dum-dum. Does the game look smooth for y'all? Spookiness punctuated with fart noises is gonna be a lot. Yeah, I might have to... Hopefully I won't have to turn off any of that. What the heck? Wait a second. I can, like... Oh, there's, like, depth. Oh. Oh, looks fine? Okay, awesome sauce. It looks smooth. I'm glad. Look, there's a dead body. Hello? Did somebody die? What's all this goop? Why is there so much goop over here? It is ghosting. There's also cages. These where they kept all the children? Was I in one of those cages once upon a time? I know you. I walked with you once upon a nightmare. I do like that. I've got a big coat. Got my big coat on. Yahoo! Yeah, made it. Okay, platforming, easy, very nice. Do you have a free range children, or are your children caged? Now, Linz, I don't want to tell you how to parent, but I do want to warn you that caging children is questionable as far as the U.S. government goes. All right, it is very hard to enter these. It is enhanced. They were right. It is enhanced edition. I'm surprised. I'm surprised how enhanced this experience really is. Wow. Wowee. I'm glad that they gave this game a second look so that they could improve it. Oh, box boy's walking into here. Wow. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm stuck. It says you only have 2 views. That is accurate. There are only 2 people watching right now. Oh, there's a big shoe. That's a big shoe. Dude. Kenny, how have you been the past couple of days? I've been on a trip, so I missed some of the streams. I've been doing... Oh, no. Oh, somebody left their shoe. Somebody left their shoe. Pick up the shoe. Oh, no. There's a bunch of mannequins. A bunch of filthy mannequins up in a sack. Big sack full of treasure. Now, listen, y'all are the treasure, okay? In some of these games, there's like golden coins and stuff, but listen, y'all are the real treasure, and that's why I put you up here in my big treasure chest. What's up, Floggy? How you doing? Shiny's here. Oi, Shiny. How was the Dark Souls? I saw you playing games. Oh, grab ledges. Okay, here we go. Do 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 do. No no no. All right, we gotta make a little jump over here. Ow, my legs! My little baby legs. All right. Everything seems good so far. It is very foggy. It looks like Britain out here. Oh, that looks like a trap. Ooh, that's definitely a trap. Who's trying to... Is a child catcher out here? Hey! Is this... Who set up this trap? Probably the same people that got that big old bag of mannequins. Climb up their rope. No climbing mechanics included. Oh, that looks like a trap too. Look at all the leaves. Look, there's like a rope around that tree. This is reminding me a lot of Limbo right now. Did I say that last time? Did I say that the game looked like Limbo before? Because it really feels like Limbo right now. Hey, Murpiest of Merps, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. This is big time Limbo vibes. Oh, I did? I mentioned it last time? Well, it's doubly true right now. Yeah, I think you should probably leave the traps alone. I see. Thank you for your important suggestions, Blue Jay. Thank you, Blue Jay. Very true, very true. Oh, gotta crawl out for more. Ah! What's this sprint button? No, 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 no. Hold the, I'm trying to hold the button and there's no button. Oh! Dang it, I pressed X. I held X. That's the jump button, dude. Are you kidding me? Okay, here we go. We're gonna run. I'm running. I tried to run. There's no running. There's no hiding. I'm holding X. Okay, it's square. It's not X. What is this, Xbox? Stay away. Try to bite. Okay, it stepped on the tree. It stepped on the tree. We're all good. Jeez. Kitty, you're embarrassing us. What? Not mean. Thank you so much for the raid. Oi, oi, oi. You guys, please welcome the raiders. Hey, thank you so much for raiding. I hope you had a wonderful time in Stardew Valley. This ain't Stardew no more. This ain't Stardew. This ain't no farm. It ain't looking good out here. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Namin, for the raid. How was your stream? Hi there, everybody. Oi, oi, oi. Welcome to the party. Listen, if you press X, you jump. If you press square, you run. The game lied. Okay, we need to be careful not to jump into that. Oh, it's Nunny. How you doing? We're not in Stardew anymore. This ain't Stardew anymore, kids. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. It thinks you're on Xbox. Shaking my head, Steam. Why don't you help a brother out? Uh-oh. I don't want to get crushed by that box. Okay, there's gotta be something over there. Instagram's back. Yay! Yay, Instagram's back. Everybody get on your Instagram. Everybody get on your Instagram and check it out. Merps, I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy. I'm so glad that I can stream right now. I'm so glad that I can stream right now so that we can hang out and play the spooky game. Ooh. Ooh. So how do I get up there, eh? So how do I get up there? I can't grab any. Oh, wait. Maybe we can walk up this log. It doesn't look like you can walk up this log, but I'm gonna walk up this log.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shadows down the spine.
Yeehaw! Hey, thank you so much. Awkward.
Sub to Space
Thank you for the gifted sub. Oi, oi, oi. Could we get subs? Could we get some hype in the chat? Hey! Thank you so much, Awkward, for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Hey! Thank you so much. All right. We figured it out. Run! Run! Ow! My little legs. Dang it. Just gotta run back through here. No worries. No worries, you guys. Just a little bit of gameplay here or there. What happened to Squirrel? There is no squirrel. There are only skeletons. There's only skeletons. All beautiful things have been replaced by skeletons. I never get to be the first gift sub in a week. Hey, you're at the top of the list. Thank you so much, Awkward. You're the #1 and first gifter of the week. Thank you so much. I can't believe that you claimed the first one. Awkward, how selfish. Go, 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 go. There we go. All right. Go, 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 go. Wish moving. Wish moving and moving. This is a spooky forest. Best look out for any wild Mike Wazowskis. All right, all right. All right, all right. Oh, can I make that jump? Nah, you can't make that jump. I'm gonna try. Yeah. Ah, my legs. He dead. We dead. Oh, look, he's sad. Get up, boy. Try again. Oh, you can drop over here. Okay, good, good, good. The depth is very confusing. Now we can just start the climb. Or do I hold it? Yep, there we go. Ahsoka's watching tearfully on from the distance. Ahsoka, enjoy your lurk. Where are the baddies? That's the question. Who killed the bad guys? I don't know. I don't like this forest at all. There's a bunch of leaves everywhere, and I keep thinking that there's stuff under. Oh my goodness, there's 2 big shoes. 4 big shoes. Is that poop? Look, I've got 1 large shoe to defend myself with. Okay, let's throw the shoes up here so that we can defend ourselves. In case there is any shoe gobbling monster that will try to kill us unless we feed it. Can I set off this trap with a oh my gosh, it's a log trap. But it's already been activated. Look, the rope is oh I see. It was a net. What would you do if you got inside of the net? Is that the end? Is that the end, my friend? If you get caught in the net, you die. Slowly and painfully. You do not get to end the game. You do not Pesco. You do not get $1 million. Oh, that's a bear trap. That's a bear trap. There's another bear trap. What is in them? What is in these traps that's trying to sucker me into getting noshed? Yeah, who set up these traps is exactly what I'm worried about, Quiver. Who indeed? 2 out of 10 death. No comedic no comedic sound. Oh, wait a second. There's a trap here. Let's use a stick. Let's pull the stick out. And then we will activate this trap. Oh my gosh, the stick is so heavy. Chuck it. Whoa! Well, that works. It's scary. This is the first time I'm watching Kenny play a game that I've already completed. It's an interesting experience because I know what's coming. Oh, what? Don't tell me that, A-Star. Don't tell me that. The game is already... Oh no. Oh no, we dead. No. Dang it, we've been murdered. Oh, there's a stick right here. Dang it. The sound came first for you? If the sound's off, I can fix it, but it'll take me a minute. Okay, if the sound's lagging, then what I can do is... let me see. What can I do? If it's lagging on the screen, then I can switch the capture style, I think. Let me switch the capture style really quick, and I'll be able to just record the screen instead, I think. Let's see. So right now I'm using... Which style am I using for this screen here? I'm using a window capture? Is that what it's using? Or is it the... Maybe I could try using just a display capture to make it easier. It should look the same. But it ought to remove any lagging audio as well. Okay. And also it should make it tiny on the screen, which should lead to big jokes. Big jokes and big laughs. Why is it so small? There you go. That's better. You're going to be lurking? You're going to work on your layout for uni? All right. Good luck. I didn't... Fine. Today's a mess. Maybe I should do like I used to do and just like set up the game before I turn it on. Here we go. This should be the right side. Leave it as is. This will work just as well for me. This will work good. If anything, this might work better. Okay. What about now? It looks like it's working better, right? Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. It's fine now? Yeah, I thought so. Oh, there's still stuff over here, though. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's traps. Oof. Oh my gosh, they're so loud. I hate them. Okay. That ought to be enough. Oh, I see a trap there, but we're going to jump it. Oh no. Oh no, that was close. That was so scary. It dropped the wood onto it and activated it. My goodness. Light? Is this the way to escape? All we have to do is achieve flight. Once we learn how to fly, then we can escape this horrible place. Look, there's light. Oh, look, a cabin. There, you guys, there's a cabin. We're safe. We're safe. We're saved. Hooray! Look, there must be somebody in here that can help us, right? There's got to be somebody that'll watch over us, will give us food, will take care of us. Yes, humanity. Humanity will be our savior. You guys, I think in here we can find our mom and our dad. Mom, Dad, I'm home. I'm home. Mommy, Daddy. Mommy, Daddy. Mommy, Daddy, I'm home. Hello, it's your child. It's me, your child. Hello? Mommy? Daddy? Oh. What you been cooking? Are you all ready for me to come home? Thanks for making food, Mom. Here I am. I'm starving. What's for dinner? One meat. One delicious meat? All right. Not exactly what I asked for, but... Oh, no. Hello? Mom? Dad? Sister? Brother? I can't fall into the pot. Bummer. I wanted to be the snack. Thank you for the alert, Quiver. I appreciate it. Can I open up the fridge? Open up. Maybe I can... Yeah. Pull it. No, it's just an achievement. That's some baloney. I wanted to open it. Oh, it is open. I don't see anything unusual in there. It all looks normal. I'm gonna lock myself in here. Yeah, they just let you climb around in it. All right. I mean, that's kind of cool, I guess. Mom, Dad, are y'all in the living room watching cartoons? Oh boy, this is a big house. Why am I so small? Oh, I hear that there's some beautiful music. Some comforting tunes coming from the other room. Oh, look at the physics. It squishes. Look at that. It squishes the carpet as you walk over it. Hello. Hello, are you LOP? I want to open up this. They let me open the fridge, but nothing else. You hate craving sweets? Oh, dear. Sweets are pretty delicious, but it's true you can't eat them all the time. Yahoo! Thankfully, there's no candy in this game. This shouldn't mess with you. There's no happiness, no candy in this game, I bet. Can I squeeze through? I squeeze. La, 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 la. Some beautiful music in the other room. I'm leaving. Oh, heck no, there's an axe. Close the door. Can I not close this door? Push. I'm gonna grab this axe to defend myself. Nobody can mess with me. I'm a baby on the move. Boom! Look at that big hit. What a meaty blow. I'm gonna chop this right in half. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna chop this. Boom, right in half. Yeah. Ah, I hit it. Boom. You can hit stuff, but you can cut nothing. Rosera, what's up? Hey, we're playing the game right now that Rosera gave me. Hi. Hiya, Rosera. Boom. I just attacked it because I felt like it. But there's a child in there. There can only be one. Wait, no. Come back out, little child. I mean you no harm. Look, it's a little scrappy-headed. How long has it been here? It's got like 5, 10, 20 days in here. Nope. How dare. How dare, dude. Come back. Come back. I mean you no harm. Come here, little buddy. Come here, buddy. Come on. Oh, wait. Oh, look. There's another tool over here. Which one lets me walk faster? You sure this isn't a comedy game? Snap the little handle off. Oh, they keep me from bringing the axe. Too bad. It's like we won't be defending ourselves today. All right, we'll leave it behind. How do I put it down? X square. Oh. How do I put it down? There you go, my boy. Good stuff. All right, come back here. Do 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 do. Sounds like somebody big is home. Sounds like somebody's in the kitchen cooking up some. What am I looking at here? They look like mannequins. That mom looks like she's got a diaper face. She's got a diaper face and the kid lost his eye. Do I just leave them alone? I want to check what's going on in the kitchen. I hear movement. Maybe mom's home. Mom. Hello? What is this? A hat? Oh, I stole it. Wait a second. Equip collected hats. What? Dude, we're Daniel Boone. Hooray! Nice hat. It's got a little tail. Yahoo! We look pretty great. Open up. Anybody in here? Oh, I don't think I'm allowed in. I'm not surprised. All right, let's just follow the kid. Got a whole family over here. Is this still in a boat? What? Rosera! No, stop spoiling the boat. There is no boat. There is no boat. There's some random kid, though. I don't know who it is. Come here, kid. Are we friends now? They speak. Hey, kid. What do you want? Oh, you're gonna lift me up. Thank you. You raise me up. All right. Oh, we're trying to get into the attic. I see. That was a little loud. That was maybe a little loud. That was maybe a little loud. We should probably get moving. Come on, kid. Come on, kid. Come on, kid. Come on. Come on. Up, 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 up. That was maybe a little bit noisy. Oh, now there's a mannequin. Oh, I need help. I need help. Get over here. Get over here. We got to get over this. Getting over it. Here we go. As somebody who has never watched the game, that spoiled nothing. It didn't spoil anything for me either. Look, there's a key on a hook. A common thing to have up in your attic. Just a key on a hook. And what the frick is this? Ah! These dead people? Did I just hear a big footstep? Okay, we're just gonna keep on moving. Looks like we need a something to put in the square hole. We need like a tool or something. I don't see anything laying around though. Maybe it's inside of this sleeping bag. Hello? Oh, you can climb it. You can climb it and look inside. Oh boy. Okay, so I can't rotate this. I don't have anything for it. Oh, I see a climbing spot here, I think. I need a boost. Give me a boost. And what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. We're playing spooky game. Spooky game. And how are you doing today? How was the drawing stream? I saw you drawing earlier. How were Tedoodles? What? I accidentally grabbed them and you could shake them till their arm comes off? What the heck? Why? This game has so much freedom. I don't know. I accidentally grabbed them, but you can shake them and rip their arms off. That's amazing. Yeah. Oh, I almost hit my friend. Okay, let's go back down here. Might wanna get that looked at, lady. It's not a lady. It's just a mannequin. Can we shake it and get more bonus limbs? Can we get more limbs? No. It just let us shake the random old lady. Oh, I think that we're about to make it so that we can both come over here because that's a climbing spot. Okay, let's go back and let's go crank it. Boy on. Oop, hang on. Let's go crank it. Come on, friend of unknown name. Oh, look, they're waiting for us. Sorry for the wait. Here I am. Why do you look like that? Why you look like that? Why are you stuck? Friend, what is wrong with you? What do I do? What? Why are you staying there? I can't grab it. It won't let me grab this. Press the grab button. Crank it for me. Crank it. Oh, look. The body is the counterweight. Oh, okay. Here we go. Let's jump for it. Yeah. Ow. My legs. Okay, I got it. Nice. Pick it up. What are we going to open up with this key, eh? Interesting. What'd you say? Maybe push that mirror to the light? Ooh. Good point. Let's see if we can get back over there. Get over here. Let me up. Give me a boost. Hey, give me a boost. Give me a boost. Okay, I think we just got to use the key. Looks like I lost my opportunity. Oh, you got a key? What is it? What is the key used for? It won't let me back over here. Get over here. Have you heard of the Climb 2? No, I don't think I ever have heard of that. The Climb 2, eh? Come on, let's go over here. Where are we gonna go? How do we escape? Come on over here. La 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 la. Can I get up here? Hey, I know I just met you, but I need to step on you right now. Excuse me, could you let me step on you for just a moment? Look, I can crank this. Crank that big old caterpillar up. We got a key, but I don't even see any, I don't even see anywhere to use it. Did I do something out of order? Climb. I can't walk around this. They don't want to push anything with me. I've already cranked that. It doesn't have to do with the hook, I don't think. Nothing over here. You don't want to give me a boost over here? Give me a boost up to the window. We can unlock it and escape. Okay, let's check. So my hats are there. But what about, do I have an inventory? I'm just pressing a bunch of buttons. Hey, give me a boost again. I need to get up here. Have you ever heard of a game called Contrast? You can turn into shadows and it has platforming. Yeah, I have played Contrast. And Contrast is made by the same people that made We Happy Few. It's good. I like Contrast a bit better than We Happy Few, actually. I don't know. Oh, look, we can hold hands. Oh, adorable. La, 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 la. We can hold hands. Look, I can swing 'em around. Swing 'em around. Wait, why going so slow? There we go. Yeah. 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 Never let go. I'm just dragging him around. Okay. All right. Okay, we can pull this. All right. A-Star says you could pull things. It's true. It's true. It's true facts. Poor person. Poor little bean. Is there something else to pull over here? You can't pull these knobs because they're too high. I shared the art that I'm making in the DMs. You can see it whenever you're done streaming. Ooh. Sounds good. Is it more mango? You driving home? All right. Safe drives. Safe drives, Calico. Drive safe. We'll see you soon. Callie's on the way home. Bunch of mannequin stuff. All right. Let's go back down. We got our key. Then I died. Key should go right here. No inventory necessary. Very nice. I don't hear the big thumping sounds though. Almost dead. I'm still alive, but I'm barely. Oh. Dirty socks on the line. Who hangs socks like that? You done turned it upside down. Oh, what's that noise? Big boots. Big boots walking out of the suspicious shed. You did draw mango. Ah, I see. I see. What a surprise, Anne. Oh, maybe we gotta push this with our friend. Push. Push. Push with me, small friend. Are you playing Ring Around the Rosie? Always. You've not heard of We Happy Few? You'll take a look. It's We Happy Few is not as good as Contrast. We Happy Few is a little bit oh my god. It's a real moving giant person. I think we're just gonna walk right past. Okay, all right. We're gonna be headed out. We're gonna be heading out. Are we supposed to push this? What's going on? Oh, we are. Yes, we are leaving. Oh snap! They just saw us. Let's go. Get the heck out of here! Oh mama! Woo! Get moving! Go! Oh! I got shot. What? Do I have to hide? Ah, boy! Whoa! It's okay. Let's get moving. Go! Ace just taking forever to load. Let's get out of here. Farewell, sir. Very nice. Go. I'm running as fast as I can. It's the Frodo scene. Oh, they shot me in my... No. They shot me in my legs. I couldn't get away. Go. Go! Ah! Dang it. There was the Frodo moment. Did you see it? We gotta hide from the Nazgul. Go. Zoom. It's so easy to get blasted. Go. Okay, this time I'm jumping. Yeah. He'll never know. My leg. He's got a... I like his proportions. He's got a big head. No, don't go out there. I'm not doing that. I'm not going out there. Heck no. Hold my hand. They're beckoning, but I don't want to. Oh, now we hold hands. Now we drag them around. Oh no. Oh, they're looking away from us. They're looking away from us. Here we go. Let's get out of here. Bird, 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 bird. No! My friend is dead. Oh, wait, no, I'm dead. Dang it. Okay, we gotta avoid the bird. No birds. Wait, what? But how do I avoid the... Maybe we gotta grab his gun. Hello. Ah, oh! Oh, he just smacked us with a gun. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe we gotta use our friend as bait. Here, go out there. You go bother that bird. Go bother that bird. Ah, dang it. What? Okay. Combined the powers of the child for no benefit. Hey, bird. Maybe we can sneak past the bird. Maybe the bird won't even notice. Okay, let's sneak. Oh, he can't see us. Oh, we can't see us in the grass whenever we're crouched. I see. You're gonna jump out for a bit? That really made me sick? What? You think it's because you just ate? What made you sick? Oh no. Feel better, Linz. Feel better. Let your stomach rest. Hide in the tall grass like a Pokemon, indeed. Ash will never suspect a thing. Just two little Pikachus trying to live. He does look this direction. Okay. Go, 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 go. Down the hole, down the hole, down the hole, down the hole. Go, 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 go. Yeah, that's right. See you later. Oh, I was about to say our friend's dead. How much y'all want to bet this friend dies? Ooh. Is he gonna drop a smoke bomb down the hole just like the fox and the hound? Come on, let's sneak through here. Do 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 do. Me and my bush-headed friend. Okay, everything's getting quiet. I think that it's safe in here, you guys. Maybe we should just be worms. Maybe we can just be worms for the rest of our lives. Learn to love dirt. Learn to eat dirt. It seems much safer down here. Come on out. It's fine out here. All right, let's keep leading our bait over here. Come on, bait. I mean, friend. I'm jumping it. See you later. Dang it. Dang it. Okay. Part two. Here we go. One more try. Part two. Wait a second. What is this? Oh, you gotta pull on this. Oh. You want to make this jump? Go for it. All right, they're free. To the promised land. And now we die. Alone. Big jump. Oh, you called to them. Okay. Isn't it dirty what dirt is? I mean, it's true. Dirt is dirty. Studies indicate. A local study by the BBC has indicated that dirt may or may not be dirty. Right, you hop over there. What are they going to use? Maybe they can grab sticks over there and help me out. I'm just going to yell for them. No way! No freaking way! I am... Oh my gosh. No way. You're gonna make me just jump across and trust you like this? Oh, heck no. Wow. Oh my gosh. They're like, oh, now that you've given me a nice way to walk. Trust exercise. I hate it. I don't want to trust anybody. It's a horror game. You're not supposed to put your trust in anybody. Oh, a shovel. I wonder what they've been digging up out here. Buried treasure. Oh, I see the light. Oh, I see the light. I see the light. I'm not talking about the good light that brings you to heaven. I'm talking about the bad light. Don't walk out there. Don't walk out. Okay, fine. Fine. If that's what you want to do, go ahead. Go ahead. See what happens. I'll be sneaking around in the grass and you'll be running around. Okay. Do what you want. Burn. No! Don't shoot immediately! Oh my gosh. Oh, go, 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 go! No, we're dead. We're dead. We got a TV to block our way. Go, go, go! Go! All right, nice. Oh, I did not want to. Here he comes. Go, 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 go. Get out of go. This reminds me of the Ratatouille scene. We're just two little rats. Leave us alone. I just want to learn how to cook. No, dang it. There'll be no learning how to cook in this house. Help! Make it cross quick. Oh no. What do I do? How do I keep them from seeing me? I'm running. I'm just a little bit slower than my friend. What? They just blasted me. What do I do? Just getting blasted for no reason. Do I gotta sneak? Surely not. Zigzag? I was zigging and zagging. I was moving all around. Whoa! Oh no! Let him shoot and then run past? Yeah, maybe he can't see me in certain spots. Go, 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 go. I don't know, it's unintuitive. Look, can you shoot me here? No. Yes? He's got 2 shots. He can't see me in the big spots. Okay, let's go. They'll never suspect. You drop. Ew, gross. We're in the swamp. Big. He's only got one little hole. Is that hole for his eyeball? He might only have one eyeball. Maybe he's got 2, who knows? Nice boots. He's only got one hole on his face mask. There's probably some lore relevant reason for that. There you go, we can just walk around in here. Can I? Ew! You can hold your breath. It's for eating, that's what it is. It's just a food hole. Don't swallow too much of this water now. This water has been known to be very harmful to the human body, if we are humans. It sounds like he's going yum, yum, yum. If I stay underwater, do I die? Yes, I think so. It really does sound like he's going yum, 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 yum. Oh, you don't know where I am. You don't know where I am. I'm hiding in the sewage. Okay. You think that this is raw sewage? It looks a little, I don't know. It looks kind of like a river. It looks like a river. Talk about being a stinky boy. Somebody's stinky. Uh-oh. Look, a little love tree. The tree of love. Let us destroy it. Along with the memories of the relationship. Destroy it. Yes, push it over, exactly. No love. No love in this world. Merps, you're gonna be back. You're gonna get some stuff from the store. Sounds good. Get yourself some stuff from the store. Some food or whatever. You don't know where I am. It's a secret. Not even the wisest know. I'm just gonna stay underwater and drown. So what do we want to call this guy? This guy's like the I'm trying to remember what the word is for the British folk that look a little bit like him. He's like the landmaster. The hunter? The groundskeeper. That's the word I was thinking of. I'm gonna call him the groundskeeper. He's the keeper of these grounds. He makes sure that no children go around stinking up the place. And watch over the grounds. Whoa! Oh, I can see. Oh no! I thought you could see in the grass. There was grass. Ah, I thought that I was a... I thought it was a perfect shield. Okay, we gotta run past the birds. He's literally called the hunter? Okay. I thought he'd be a groundskeeper. Go ahead, shoot me through that box. How dare you? We have groundskeepers in the States too? I'm thinking a little bit about that British game that's called Sir, You Are Being Hunted. This does remind me a little bit of that. You think that we're gonna keep him out? No freaking way. Oh, I'm getting the gun. I'm getting the gun. I'm blasting. We're blasting him. Blast him. Yeah. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Whoa. Whoa. We blasted him, dude. Oh no. These children are murderers. Can I look at the body? I guess not. Well, okay. Well, jolly good. These children are up to no good. Up to no good shooting kindly hunters? Dude. Whoa. All right. Hey, how are you doing, Sir Beardsley? What's up? He was called the Hunter. I'm sorry, A-Star. I'm sorry that I'm not speaking of your favorite Little Nightmares lore correctly. I apologize. I'll check the wiki after the stream and make sure that I don't make this error again. We need a proof of death. Check his pulse. My hands would be so small, they probably couldn't check the pulse. Ah, going on a little boat. Nice. Yep, game's over. All right. Game's over and we escaped the island. Two little happy beans. Going through the lake. Water's looking clean. Our prospects are great. The end. Oh, look, there's a bottle over there. Hey, let's pick up what's in that bottle.
Is that whiskey? Is that whiskey? Ah, got whiskey in that bottle over there. Maybe we can find some sort of an ancient love note. I don't know who you are, but if you're reading this, I love you and care about you. I'm also stuck on this stranded island, so please help me.
You love the little beans, but the creepiest get creepy. It is looking a little creepy. Russian Queen, thanks for the sip. I'll take it. Thank you for the sip. Can Mike ride too? Can Mike come along? Y'all wouldn't mind if Mike came along, would you? Oh, is this the Is this the title screen? Whoa! Whoa! Holy moly! It's big! That was a pretty nice unskippable cutscene. I wonder if that's all about, is that what all of the speedruns are about? All the speedruns are totally just based on these. Oh, look, there's another person. How many people are there going to be? I kind of liked the solitude of the first one. It's not so scary when you got a friend, you know what I'm saying? Hey there. What? You fake? Also, welcome to Pale City viewers. Hey, Prussian Queen. You welcome as well. I guess we have no friends now. Wait a second. We can go sit in this chair. Let's just stay outside. Why bother going inside? You know what I mean? Can I run? How far can you run? I'm gonna sit in this chair and pretend to be my dad. There you go. Sit down. I'll turn on the TV. Let's see what's on the news. Oh, all right. Let's get out of here. You love this game and never really saw the first part? Oh, so it'll be a surprise for you too. Collecting friends to probably sacrifice in the final battle. Silence. Do not speak such things. I would never. It says foraged is the achievement for some reason. Foraged? We didn't do any foraging. Oh, look. A man came out of the TV, but it was only his clothes. A man has fallen out of his television. And unfortunately, their clothes got stuck on the way out. So there's some naked TV man walking around. The dingy streets. Regularly spaced boxes to hide behind? Maybe? Nope. Okay, let's, Knock, knock. Hello? We're two lost children. Could you help us out? Could you help us out? We're lost. We just blew into town. We're looking for some victuals. Excuse me, knock, knock, knock. Anybody home? Victuals, please. Oh, is this open window? Climb. Ah. Non-existent window. This kind of reminds you of the movie 9. It does kind of have the same sort of vibe. It's kind of like 3D stop motion-y looking. I do like the style. I expected a jump scare there, but I guess not. Okay. That looked like a jump scare moment. All right, we got some busted old televisions. What are they, what are they hanging up there, eh? All right, let me up. Let me up, friendo. Let's see what's going on over there, shall we? Thank you. I'll let you through, I promise. Okay. What else do we got to do over here? I'm going to just make this hot. See what happens. They're calling for me. I'm sorry. Ah! Oh no. Dead. Dead again. Yeah, maybe I can let him through. They're calling for me. Maybe I should like lowered my... Well, what do I do with these things? Do I have to like kick these televisions off? Shush, I'm trying to help. Okay, well, don't let go, that's for sure. Yeah, I gotta kick these TVs, I bet. Yeah, there we go. All right, gotta go to... Got one more. Here we go. And... All right, high flying. I don't like making all this noise, though. All right. Now, friend... just needs to, yeah, grab onto a television. We'll push it off the edge. Yeah, grab onto that rope. Oh, they're already standing there. Nice. Whoa! Whoa! You took the quick way up, friendo. Let's meet up. Meet up and talk about our plans. You gonna catch me? Whoa, he leaped. Holy moly. You really love the environments in this game. It captures the fear of being a small child. I don't remember being scared as a child like this. This is horrible. But yeah, it does. You do remind me of that other game that I was thinking about that we could play is, oh look, a ghost. Among the Sleep is supposed to be very small. Like you are a very small child that's locked in a crib. And you escape with the help of your teddy bear or something like that. It looks interesting. It's another one of these horror games that's rated T for teen. So it's not too gross. Look at this guy. Uh-oh. Why are your clothes still here? Where's the skeleton? as a skeleton. Oof. It's not until you became an adult that you became more skittish. Yeah, I think I'm way more cautious as an adult. You know somebody who knows the people that made Among the Sleep? What? It looks like a fun game. Oh no, the power of advertising. Oh, that's why all the little kids turned into dust. Take me. Take me, television. Consume my soul. What's happening? Whoa! You tune the transmission. Whoa. This is cool as heck. But, oh, I'm twisted it. Mr. Twisty Hallway. Whoa. What am I supposed to be doing? Straightening it? I don't get it. Whoa! Dead. Oh wait, no, I'm still alive. Horror games. Sometimes you can't tell if it's a cutscene or if you just died. We're in the TV. Ah, the Door channel, my favorite. They sell good stuff on that channel. I don't want you knocking it now. I can tell you're being sarcastic. Wow, so I'm playing a game on a TV that has kids that are looking at a TV? Wow. That's pretty deep, you guys. Pretty deep. You remember having a nightmare while you drowned in a mud puddle in the park near your house? What? I had a dream like that. I had a dream where like one of my siblings fell into a puddle of mud and they were slowly, they were sinking and I was trying to save them. Yeah, maybe that's like a common fear is that puddles will be deeper than you think. And a mud puddle, you really can't tell how deep it is. I mean, that's a pretty sensible fear to be cautious about murky water and how deep it is. It's pretty sensible. Yeah, lots of fears that kids have are pretty sensible. And are honestly pretty good for survival, you know? Like heights. Better to be scared of heights than to not be scared of heights, that's for sure. Can we really move this thing? It looks way too heavy. All right. We're pretty strong.
We may be babies, but we're strong as heck.
Come on, let's slither through this fence. Is this a school? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. School time, you guys. School time. Yeah, it's time to face our fears. Indeed. Learning. Oh no, not learning. Help! I just want to stay out here and play ball forever. Hey, A-Star, thank you for the 45 bits. I do not fear school.
I'll kill you have overcome school. I want to physics.
Launch me. Dang it. I wanted to launch to that window up top. All right, hop on. Let's... Come on. Seesaw time. Hop on. Yeah, there we go. Up on the other side. Come on, do you not know how to seesaw? What was your childhood? Get over there. Go. Come on. Do I have to teach you everything? It's like you were born yesterday. All right, whatever. You play on the seesaw. I'll get on the swing, okay? Can I swing? Give him a little push. Ooh, it's heavy. I can swing. There we go. Oh, joy. Here's the little tire swing. Noose. Whee. Sweet. Well, this game's pretty great. It's a real childhood simulator. Wait a second. Do I see a tricycle? Tricycle. Let's go for a little ride. Bring, bring. Oh, this little sad, dead child. I wonder if we're supposed to find all of them. We supposed to find all of the little like ghost children? I want to hop on this tricycle, go for a ride. Oh, look. There's the eyeball carved into this thing. What do you think that means? It's the symbol that's on the window up there. Eat those creepy children. Yep, just walk up and you consume their souls. Splendid. Let's see if we can play ball with this kid. All right, get ready to catch. Aw, you didn't catch it. Here. Here. Try again. I think that you can learn. Ah, dang it. You're hopeless. They're collectible along with hats? Oh, I see. So you gotta look around and find all of the... Ooh. Wait a second. Can we play volleyball? We can play some soccer. Or some football. There we go. Just gotta hoop it. I win. I win in a game by myself. All right, see you later, friend. It was nice getting this far, but we'll be seeing you. Good luck with your journey. We're gonna be on our way. See you later. Thanks for all your help. Thanks for being there. All right. Bye-bye. I'm gonna investigate this. Oh, what are they burning? Why is there a ladle? Is that a ladle inside of the trash can? Just in case that you want a scoop of that goop? Doo-doo-doo. Got no friends.
There 5 Blep, did you know that Kenny is a 10 out of 10 streamer? That's true. You woo, hope you're having a lot of fun. There 5 hype indeed.
And thank you for the 100 bits. You shush. You're a 10 out of 10 viewer. Be quiet. They're cooking. Thank you, Anne. You're very sweet. I am enjoying this game. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Try it. You said that they're cooking. I tried to grab the ladle, but I don't know. I don't know if it's baby food. This might be for adults only. Look, I'll try to look. Ah, dang it. Well, doodle-doo. Huh? You looked into the meaning of drowning in mud. I don't lean too far into dream interpretation myself. But you're welcome to if you're interested in it or you think it's valid. I don't really see dream interpretation as valid myself, but that is merely my opinion. It is merely an opinion. Look at all these beds. Got balls, beds, we got everything in here. This is everything that a child could ever want. Oh my gosh, that scared me. That's kind of the point of it. Thank you very much for the follow. What's up, Lino? I appreciate it. How are you doing? What's up? just a Minecraft skeleton sound. It kind of scared me a little bit. How do we get up here, though? Confused. Maybe there's some extra stuff under here. Zoot. Let's see. Maybe we can climb up this side of the beds. Doesn't look like it. Huh. There's a jar up there. Let's knock down that jar. I don't remember them sounding that scary. Yeah, it's just a Minecraft skeleton. Is it too loud? I still need to adjust everything. Look. This jar holds all of our hopes and dreams. I was gonna say. All of our hopes and dreams are here inside of this jar. It may look empty, but trust me, they are very small, but they're still there. Oh, never mind. Hopes and dreams ruined. What are you looking at there, friend? Are we supposed to peel up this carpet? It does look a little suspicious. Look. A little dusty, too. Can we please, we need to clean up all this dust. It's pretty nasty around here. You're BRBing, but you're in desperate need of a shower. I agree. Go get a shower. Go get a shower. We'll see you soon, Rosera. Well, maybe we can use this as a weapon. Nope, can't pick it up, but I can step on it. Well. Pretty tough feet. Pretty tough feet. I guess that we've got some pretty good calluses on these feet. Ooh, ducky. I don't like that scary duck. Okay, I don't even see any. The light looks like it's off, but the light's on too. I'm confused. Let's turn on the light and see if anything happens. Looks like the light stays on in that room, even whenever we shut this off. Huh. Must just be the switch for this room. That's weird. It's such a hardy switch for a single room. Oh, look. Now the light looks on. Okay. It's just brighter. Okay, well, we know that we can get up here, but I don't really see a thing to climb on these beds. It's a little weird baby with a drill through it up here. You climb up this far? Climb. Huh. I don't know. We could get up here. Interesting. Got a bunch of objects. Maybe we could push this or grab this. Yeah, maybe we can move it. Doesn't look like it. The answer is simple. Parkour. The answer is simple, lad. Get good. There's a corn cob up there, though. Oh, we're kind of floating a little bit. Oh, no. Oh, no. This game is enhanced. Enhanced. Fully realistic. Fully realistic physics. You won't believe how real it feels. No. Let me up. I promise I won't cause any more trouble. Let me up. Can you pull anything? That's a good question. Maybe we could pull this TV. You can't climb those? Oh, shush. Watch me. Just watch me. See, look, I'm climbing. Look. See? I'm in the process. Oh, look. The blocks have eyeballs on them. Maybe we gotta roll them. We gotta roll them till they're all eyeballs. Hey, look, I win. Glass on my feet. Glass on my feet. All right. I see that there's a bear up there. I'm scared, dude. Do. Snake eyes. Snake eyes every time. Yeah, well, we definitely can't pass that stuff over. Grandma. I didn't know that Grandma was part of the faculty. Grandma, is that you? Yeah, it's such a beautiful portrait of such a beautiful woman. Ugh. Too soon. Too soon, Grandma. You are so beautiful. Let's go check over in this corner. We got more. We got a picture of Mom, Dad, and Uncle Lenny. I don't think there's anything in here. It's got to be in that room. We got our burning can of refuse over here. We have a small shoe. The sounds sound really, really good. Very immersive audio. Well, we gotta do something in here. Let's see. Anything to do with this carpet? I'm gonna watch my friends' animations. Maybe that'll give me a hint. Let's see if they walk up to anything. No? Nothing there? What about over here? See anything that fits your fancy? What about here? Nothing? Over here? Nope. Okay. I mean, we got the jar. That's something. Let's see. We can't open this. We can't move this television. Ooh, this scary toy over here. Can we pick it up? Ah! There's a bunch of toys in here. Yeah! There we go. We need a baby. Here we go. Let's see. What are all the tools that I have? Come this way. I'm so suspicious of this. Why can I climb this? Why can't we climb this? There's a little baby with a screwdriver through it. There's a scary bear up top. Are we supposed to shake this bed? We can't grab the bed. Can't shake it. Can I grab onto these little suspicious ropes? Look, they're crouching. What are you doing? I don't know. Yeah, we should pick up our friend. That's what we need. Hey, Haka, how are you doing? What's up? Hiya, Haka. I hope you're doing good. Hello. We got toilet roll. For wiping. For wiping. Wait a second, a little thing. It works. And it looks good too. I see something back there. See that eyeball? Maybe we can get to the back here. Looks like it's blocked. It's a big chest there. Yeah, look, there's like a weird little eyeball thing. I want to get back there. Look, it looks so gettable. But I guess you can't. There's a corn cob that we threw up here. I could definitely jump up there, but it doesn't do much of anything. Maybe I should throw stuff at these beds. I kind of already did that. Doesn't look like they're physics objects, though. Yeah. There we go. We can throw them up on the bed. Doesn't seem like these physics are acting like anything. We broke that jar that was up on the edge. What is that? Can we grab the jar shards now? Oh, we can pick up the baby. What was that jar for? Weird. I don't know. You like the clicky clacky noises that the blocks make? Yeah, they sound so hollow. I love them. I love them. Got a big old can of juice. Oh, I hit the baby. I'm so sorry. You're back with some sweet tea? All right, Merps. Sweet tea. Delicious. Okay, so let's look up here. We got a bear. Got a bear up top. We got a light on, and we got a saw. Well, maybe it's not in here. I mean, it feels like it should be, but what would we even break in here if we could? I can get up here still, and the jar didn't do anything, so I can't interact with the. Maybe we got to jump over this. Oh, what? There's an invisible wall. There's an invisible wall there. That's too bad. Maybe we got to break this window to escape. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe. Let's try breaking this window. That almost works. Let's maybe we can get an object up there and break the window. Take all the objects and put it in the soup. Yum yum. That's appetizing even to me. Doesn't seem like you got to break this window, but you know, whatever. Bohemian Moon, what's up? How are you doing? Thanks for the beautiful sounds. The beautiful sounds of the stream. I don't think that I can get objects up there. Our friends not helping us at all. They're just standing there. Hold my hand. Just yank them around. I'm sorry. Look, why do I have to always change the diapers? Huh? Why am I always the one changing the diapers? I thought that we were a partnership. There we go. Ah, you can't get a baby up here. It's illegal. So you can climb up top here, break a jar, and it doesn't do anything. Throw the baby into the fire. Cast it into the fire. Ah! It's so frustrating. Let me see. Why would they let me go up here? Oh, grabbed your hand. Go over here. You're home and you have food, not tacos. What? Not tacos? What's worth eating besides tacos? Tacos are everything to me. Maybe I can make a big jump. Oof. What about this suspicious bear, eh? Got more glass. Got cans and stuff. Boy, I don't know. Boy, I don't know what the heck is going on, but we can't break into there. Maybe this painting is a hint. Maybe we gotta tear this painting to shreds. To shreds, I say. We throw this can at the painting, it will explode in flames. That's right. Take that, Grandma. Looks like it just fell off the wall. Yeah, maybe we do need to move this. Nah. I don't think there's anything over here. Maybe you could climb on stuff, but I think that's it. Or wait, what if you can steal one of these hats? We gotta keep our eyeballs out for any hats that might be sitting around. Got a can of juice. Ouch! I just hurt myself on the book. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, hi, Nardavel. Nardavel, what's up? Take that, Grandma. What is this light for, though? This has got to be for something later. I think that this light is probably to get away from stuff. So the only things that we move are the light switch and the objects from the room. That looks like it, yeah. The only thing that I've done in this room is break a jar that I can't interact with anymore. So I'm thinking that that's 100% unnecessary. But I don't know why they'd let me up there. Seems odd. Seems like they were baiting me into going up there for some reason. I mean, I know whatever it is obvious, but I'm not good at these games. I'm not good at these games. Yeah, see, they let me up here for a reason. They let me up here. They suckered me up here with a jar. And I came up here and nothing happened. Toilet paper? I mean, I got a ball. I don't see anything that stands out to me in that room. I don't know. It's harder to see without the lights, and I don't think that that helps. Here we go. Block it up.
I gotta be able to see.
Let's look around. See if we can spy something. I don't see anything in this room. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's something up here, but maybe not. Fall down. You got a can. Yeah. I wonder what this corn dog is up here that I threw up here. Seems like you could soft lock yourself if it requires any of these objects. Maybe I should just try climbing some stuff. You can climb that. A-Star already told me that you can't climb the beds, apparently. You can kind of climb them. Let's try climbing everything. Let's see, this door moves a little bit, right? Open wide. Move out of the way! Grandma, if you'll excuse me. Can't climb that. Can we maybe climb this radiator? It is bulging a bit. Up here. Can't climb any of that stuff. That hole is suspicious, but that hole is caused by the grandma painting? Doesn't seem to go anywhere. I can see the light through it, though. I haven't even walked over here, but that's because I don't think that you can pass this. This just looks like a standard invisible wall. Looks like it. Don't know. Yeah, see, that I don't think that that hole leads anywhere from grandma painting. We got a duck over here. I don't know. Let's see. What all can I do? I can summon my friend. Maybe I need to get up here and summon my friend. Get up here. Get up here. Yep, just your standard invisible wall. It's true. Dang it, she doesn't listen. 26. Oh, 26 times I've said this. What do I do? Come on, back here. Ah! Ah! This game sucks. It's something obvious, but I don't get it. Let me up. This game. I don't get it. Why do you let me climb up here? Why can I go up here? Why? Is it for nothing? Nothing? Oh, I just landed on my friend.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock
Thank
your
you so
soul
much,
to your
Mushroom Gal, for the prime.
Spooky, scary, sklingtons send shivers down my spine. Happy 11 months, sir. Thanks for being such an
Oi,
amazingly good
Mushroom
being. Less
Gal.
than 3, they're 5 hot, they're
Thank
5
you so much
hot.
for the sub. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much, Mushroom Gal. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Can we get some hype in the chat? Ah, yeah. There's a fork. We're trying to figure out this spooky, scary game. Yeah. Can't climb those. We can't pull on anything. We can't jump over anything. I don't know. What about this case up here? We can't even get up here. We're a horrible climber. Can't get back there for the jar. You can't climb up there. What do you do? What are we doing? We got a can of juice. 1 can of juice. 1 can of tomato paste. I'm going to attack Grandma again. Die. I'm overthinking it. How can I be overthinking it? It's not apparent at all to me. I do not. Nothing is apparent to me. I see nothing. I don't. There was a light switch to turn off. These games always make me feel stupid. Probably because when it comes to these games, I am stupid. I don't get it. Oh my gosh, what is this? Look at her eyeballs. It's gotta be this. How do we get over there? We gotta get an object and break her eyeballs. We gotta break in. These stupid eyeballs need to be broken. What's the point of that room then? Nothing? What's the point of the bloody room? Nothing? Why do they sucker me into a room that doesn't matter? Okay, this might be too heavy. Might need a paper airplane for this. What's the point of the kids' room? Objects? Is that it? Why was there a glass jar to break? Why? Why was there a glass jar? Why does this room exist? It didn't have anything. It didn't have a child to find. It didn't have a hat. It didn't have anything. There was nothing in there. Why? Is that it? Are we not going back there? Please let me go back there. Please tell me that that room meant something. Does it mean nothing? Investigate me, interrogate me. Well, whatever. Oh. We jumping. We jumping. Ah, you're breaking. Wait a second. We need a. Oh, no, I thought we needed a chair. Hey, what's up, Pugly? How are you doing? What's up, stream? Just stopped for a few minutes to see what's happening. We're playing a spooky game. What's good, Pugly? It's me, your longest holding breathiness streamer. Oi, good to see you, Pugly. It's just a place for objects. Dumb. Bad game design. Bad game design. Room with nothing in it. You didn't even need the objects in it. We didn't even need a place for objects. Bad design. Oh, I need to do a workout break. All right, that'll help give me a little bit of a pick me up. All right, I'm gonna do some some workout really quick. Give me a second. All right. Let the anger flow through you. There we go. I burnt off all of my anger. Thank you. I burnt off all of my anger in retribution for this game. Oh, okay. Now I can focus. Angry pull-ups. Yes. Angry pull-ups.
We gotta open up the vent. Come on in, open up.
When do we get to see more giants that will try to kill us? You didn't know that anger was flammable? Well. I love the silhouette. Fancy. Anger is flammable. Explosive even. Here we go. Did you get my package yet? I need to go pick it up, Merps. I need to go pick it up. If it's small enough, then I could pick it up after hours. If it's small enough, they'll put it, so... Ooh. Hello. What was that neck? What happened to that neck? Oh, dear. A bucket of duck. One bucket of duck, please. Whack. Whack. Whack, whack. I'm gonna leave the bucket here. Well, that's a jump scare waiting to happen. What? What did I touch? What did I touch? The floor? Yeah. That slightly raised board? The slightly raised board was the trap? Really? If you climb under this, then they bake you with UV light. It's a slow death. Oh, there's a child on the loose. Get over here. What are you running from, huh? You coward. Let's get him. There's two of us and only one of them. Look, they left their backpack. Clearly, they have no tools to be able to defeat us. Let's get them. Look out for the traps. Oh. Hey, I thought that was on a different plane. Dang it. Look out for the traps. Look out for the traps. Oh, yeah. Why are you running? Oh, yeah. Come back here. You come back here this instant, young man. Ooh. Almost crushed. Look, we got the baby clapper. Clap it. Oops. Was that just bait to get me to walk down that hallway? Because it worked great. Open up these lockers. All right. There we go. We open it up. Here we go. Come on. Hey, Johnny. How are you doing? What's up, Johnny? Oh, yeah. Gotta do a little dance. Gotta do the open up dance. All right. We're going to have to find another way into that room. Let's walk through here. Open up. Hello? Another trap. Oh, it's filled with shoes. Hey! These kids suck. Maybe this is how other kids see us. Oh, turn on the faucet. Help. Help! I'm stuck. The custodial team of this school needs a talking to. They've left this place in complete disarray. This place has clearly not been cared for in forever. Boing. Just gonna make it over here. Listen to the sound effects and music. Creepy. Ah, look, a trap. Too smart, huh? Too smart. Don't do it. Don't freaking do it. Here, let the duck do it. Oops. Whoa! It was in a different spot than expected. Oh, we got some crayons. Somebody just drew a tomato. Did you draw a tomato? Where's the little leaf on it? All right, there should be no traps in here. This is an ominous looking door. I hear scribbling. Oh, they're in the... They caught me! Are they dolls? Is that what we are? Are we dolls? Or are we humans? I'm confused. Are we different than those toys? Oh, uh-oh. Hey there, little buddy. Hey there, little buddy.
A war.
Dad killed it too. Oh, how are you doing? Oh, wow. How are you doing? It's Opsy. We're killing kids out here. Opsy. Look out, look out. I'll defend you. I'll defend you, Opsy. Boom. They were distracted for a moment. Oh my. Did they kill that frog? What? Why did a puppet kill a frog? Disgusting. Maybe it's a toy frog. Maybe it's a toy frog for fake, for fake science. Oh dear. Climb through the window. Be careful not to cut yourself on the glass. Not the frog. Oh no. Dead? I think not. The only dead ones are our enemies. Wait, what is that? Do I hear something over here? Hello? Adults? Oh, a parent. It's a teacher, I think. Ah, okay. Doing some important schoolwork. I see. Don't mind me. Mama! Mama! Uh-oh! Look out for Mama! Oh no, they got me. No, never mind. We're back in school again. All right. Just gotta be a little bit more sneakier now. We'll make it across. It's no more jumping. No jumping. Yes, no jumping allowed. Think that she could smell us? She's reading. Even puppets can read. K-Rhyme, how are you doing? I kid you not, I read the game as The Little Mermaid. What? Little Nightmare is not Little Mermaid. Part of your world. Under the dirt. Under the dirt. You'll find eternal rest under the dirt. Whoop. Hang on now. Jump off! Ah! All right. We got the key to success. Oh, snap. Better get the heck out of here. Come behind me on this door. Oh, Jesus. Oh, wow! Whoa! Oh, no! She's got a long head. Oh, no. She's got a head for books. I always hated when my teachers did that. Top 10 things to hate about the American school system. I'm gonna hide this box. You'll never see it coming. Top 10 things that I dislike about the American education system. Mrs. Spaghetti Neck. Oh, is that her official name, A-Star? Bye-bye. Careful not to close your own head in the door now. Ah, then it opens up this. Very nice. Spaghetti Girl. My favorite superhero. Squeak. Uh-oh. She's got a paddle. Don't get spanked. This game is just like real life. Don't get swatted. I'm the teacher now. I'm the teacher now. She's kind of jittery. You okay, ma'am? Her eyeballs look kind of realish. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Just crawling through. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Oh! Run! It didn't let me run. It didn't let me run. I'm sorry. It didn't let me run. It cheated, dude. It cheated. I pressed the run button, but it didn't let me go. There we go. Oh my gosh, if my teacher was that big, I'd be scared. Oh my goodness. Be glad that you don't live at this school. This is the school for the porcelain. She touched me. What? Did she just swat me from behind? What? Did she just kill me? What? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, she's just like the librarian in Monsters University. She swatted me from behind. She's made of magic. It is a little bit comedic. It's just me, Daniel Boone. Just me, Daniel Boone. Actually, you didn't know, but my name is actually Mr. Paperbag. Paperhead. You could see the patients died with that other death. Oh, what? The patients? Is it true? Okay. Now we just have to walk behind her. She won't suspect a thing. Just have to always stay out of her field of vision. What? Hey, oh, she grabbed me. Dang it. Maybe that's not the way. Am I supposed to just take this key and weave out of here? Am I just supposed to bob and weave my way to success? She scooped. She bit down and she picked me up like I was a little breadstick. She picked me up like a breadstick. I promise I'm better with garlic. Maybe go home and bring some garlic powder or something. This can go this way. Oh yeah, now we're gonna get out of here. He's about to smack him with that stick. Mom, please, Mom, the teacher's scary. Ooh, she's scary. Oh. All right. You don't know where I am. The children on the loose. What? The children get you. Aw, that's ridiculous. No, we even got away. Aw, fiddlesticks. Y'all wish me luck. I'm about to go grocery shopping. All right, Kareem, wait a second. Why don't you eat a snack before you go? She sent her little babies after me. She said, go get him. He's trying to not study. He's gonna wreck the grade curve. If you don't kill your lowest performing classmate, then it'll ruin the grades forever. Ooh. Whoopsies, I kind of did a little jump. Sorry about that, ma'am. I promise I'm not trying to disrupt during class. I promise I'm not. Please let me go. Listen, I'm doing my best. I'm trying to learn. in my own way, okay? Please be patient with me. All right, just go. Sorry, pardon me. I'm gonna be just heading out now. Dang it. Oh, that's definitely the way to go. Dang it. No jumping allowed. No jumping in class. It's distracting the other people that are trying to study. Grandma! You know, your skirt looking a little dusty. Not gonna lie. A little bit of a dusty skirt you got there. I think I saw a little puff of dust whenever you moved. Man, it might be time to wash these clothes. Might be time to give these clothes a little wash. I don't think that I can move fast enough for this. And she also turns her head in a way that she'll spot me. Just gotta get as close as we can to the door before she notices us.
See you later, ma'am.
Here we go. We got it this time. Oh, you missed me. See you later. See you later. You kids aren't fast enough this time. This time, we're getting away. See you later. Bye-bye, kids. Got him. All right. That's exactly right. Too slow, Joe. Trophy, do not kill the puppet. Is that a real trophy? Oh, so don't kill this guy. Is that what you're saying? But it's so tempting. I crave violence. I wish to kill Pistachio. Pistachio here. We have to murder him. I'm so sorry. Oh, look, he's got a little noose. He's got a little noose on that caboose. Maybe we can doodle with him. Maybe we can be friends. Oh, look, he's on a leash. And there's a pipe there that you could beat him to death with. But yeah, let's see if we can get out of here. Maybe we got to grab this pipe, run away. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Dang it. It's real, my boy. All right, I'll try P-Lot. Maybe I gotta give him the old runaround. Oh, did that hurt? Did that hurt, little buddy? See you later. See you later, freak show. Ah, no! Oh, what? Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, looks like we gotta make him choke. Hey. Get over here. Over here. Ooh, does that hurt? Oh, it's too bad. So sorry to hear that. Throw it, throw it, throw it, throw it. Oh. Ah, that hurts, don't it? Oh, no! Oh, dang it. Does that only work once? Eye for an eye. Bonk him! No, I don't want to kill him. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's just confused about what he wants. That neck thing is so funny. Oh, he just barely got me. He didn't get me. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. He didn't get me. He just barely touched my foot. You little goblin. You little gremlin. See you later. Just jumped him. Grab, 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 grab. Go, 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 go. No, 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 no. You missed. Oh, what? No. He shouldn't have been able to make that. All right. Now we're going to sneak up on him. Gonna sneak up on Pinocchio. They're not. Oh, well, never mind. He made it. I thought he wouldn't. He shouldn't have. All right. Come on, buddy. Get me. It's a rabid Pinocchio, indeed. Pistachio, you ain't looking so good. Go, 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 go. Yeah! No! What? We made it. We made it. That's a busted game. Watch this. Come on now. Oh, what? What? Sometimes it makes him choke. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he chokes. Sometimes he wins. It's arbitrary. Just like everything. I don't want to kill him. He's a good boy. He's trying his best. See if we can make him choke twice. You can. Hey, come on, choke. Oh, dang it. It's he can reach further if you're close by. He'll only choke. Here, look. Maybe over here? Can you choke over here? Nope, he can't choke over there. He can choke on these. He can choke on the two sides. So the question is, do I have more time to grab that whenever he chokes on this side and I can run? Or do I have more time on the other side? I don't know. I'm gonna make it this time. This time we win. Suck it. See you later. See you later, puppet boy. Bye-bye. See you later, buddy. You can live out your life in pain and sadness alone. Alone. Hey, look, it says merciful. Merciful. You were totally right. You were totally right. That was the... Oh, look, there's a bunch of dunce hats. He's got a dunce hat on. That's what it is. Because he's such a little dummy. Such a little dum-dum. Can I have a dunce hat? I want to wear a dunce hat. Boing. All right. BRB. All right. We'll see you in a bit. See you in a bit, Alchemic. I'll go back and kill him. Oh, yeah, we can go back and kill him. Good point. I hadn't even thought of that. Of course. I only did it for the clout. I only did it for the achievements. Platinum. Platinum trophy was all I cared for. There we go. He's dead. We win. I am superior both morally and physically. Hooray! Boy on. Climb up there. There we go. Okay. Figured out the button. What's this? No one? Somebody getting their birthday spankings nearby? You're gonna eat your favorite dinner soon. Ooh! Pork belly? Is she beating somebody down there? One of them kids getting beaten? What? I was gonna chuck a bottle at her. I was gonna chuck a bottle at her and let her suffer. All right, we gotta be sneakier than that, you guys. We're not allowed to do that. Here we go. Not her again. She's got a long neck, Marie. She's got a crap. She's got a crap. Everybody does. Go, 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 go. Into the box. It's her one weakness. The box. Look at her. She's not even looking. She's not even looking my way. Ay, shaking my head. Teachers are so dumb. Look, we just have to drop this glass bottle on her head. Just kidding. I'm picking this up so that I don't knock it down. Now can I just put it down? Yep. Maximum sneaking. They're burgers with cheese and bacon. Burgers are so good. I love burgers. Can I have a burger too, Lupus, please? Look at that duck. Look at this duck boy. Oh my gosh. This duck boy has seen better days. We gotta push this and run. Yeah, I saw this box. I saw this box. I knew what I had to do. Look at her. The longer her neck goes, the funnier it is. Bye-bye. See you next school year. Thanks for everything that you did this year. Also, who's been smoking cigarettes up here? Somebody left their ashtray up there. Her neck is veiny. I hate it. Those are varicose veins. Very common in older women. Line up. Here we go. How long does that neck go? That's the deepest question of this game. How long does the neck go? How far does the rabbit hole go? How far can her neck stretch? How far can Elastigirl's neck stretch? We don't know. Will you bring your books back to the library already? She might leave you alone if you do so. What? Oh, well, here we are. I'm here to return my books, ma'am. Oh, I think that's a different person. Possibly. All right, we're back to the library to return our books that we forgot to return. You gonna head out? All right, we'll see you later, A-Star. Thanks for the help. Thanks for the help. We'll see you later. A-Star, enjoy your sleep. I hope you don't have nightmares. Ooh. I said I hope you don't have nightmares. Whoa. To be able to slide this thing, I bet. But why would we? fact that some public schools won't let you graduate because of missing library books. What? Is that true? That's insane. The fees are not normally too much. Did I just hit them? Oh, my lady! Ah! What? What was that? What was that bullcrap right there? That was just a spawn kill. She spawn killed me. She killed me while I was just a spawn. Oh, back up we go. Lady, what's your problem? I want to die. I want to die. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're not allowed to jump. I see. The only nightmare I'll be having is you trying to struggle with that puzzle forever. Oh, but that puzzle wasn't fair. I still don't like that puzzle. It's still crappy. Does that hurt somebody? Somebody getting hurt there. I can only hope. Can you see me? There we go. The sweet release. Oh, just in time for the long neck lady. Hey, Pink Monster, you're here. Just in time for long neck Lauren. Long neck Lauren? Oh no. How are you doing, Monster? What's up? Maybe we can distract them by throwing something. Can't pick that up. Oh, we just killed something. Now we go back. Long neck Linda. Don't call her Linda. That's my grandma's name. Did we just kill the thing that was in our way? Now, did we do something else? Oh, that almost looks like a hat up there. What's that in the middle? Let's check the middle. Karen? That's not the, what we need is, what's it called? Alliteration. That's what we want. We want to say long neck Lauren because it's all L's, you know? It's all L's when you're playing this game. See, look, that looks like a Tin Man mask. Pick it up. Yeah, baby. It is a mask. Sweet. Equip hats. This one doesn't have, none of them have names. But yeah, look, we can wear a little pot on our head and die from falling too far. I think it really is that way. Huh. Wonder what we do. Making noise. So I can't jump that? Maybe I can, and that's just a running sequence and I've been going too slow? Yeah, maybe this is just a challenge. Did she hear me running? It is just a challenge. Okay. It is a challenge. I didn't crouch. I thought I was supposed to jump. Okay, it is just running. You do just run. That's all that it is.
That's all that it is. It's just a challenge.
Boy on. Climb, buddy. Climb. Dang it! Climb, I said! Speed run. Here we go. Speed run. 5 minutes to beat the game. Here we go. Speed run. 5 minutes, speed run. Oh, and he slide. Nice. But, Rosera, what is that? What is that for? We just won. I just won. What horrible timing. Every time I see her, I'm reminded of that song. Oh, because she's got the long neck like a Dipliosaurus or whatever it's called. She's a long neck.
There are long necks in the land. Don't worry, Littlefoot. Us long necks have the advantage. We just have to push our advantage and force the other dinosaurs to obey our way of living.
Okay, Grandpa. Yes.
Ooh, big climbing. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm not here. I'm not here. Excuse me, ma'am. Oh! I didn't know that she'd turn around like that. Juggling break right now? This is the time to juggle right now? All right. Hopefully she doesn't catch us while I'm doing some juggling. Oh! Hey, Von Chick. How are you doing? How's everybody doing so far? Oi, hey, happy Monday. Whoops. Yes, I hope that y'all's Monday's going fantastic. I tell you, these spooky games to get the week started. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, whoop. Okay, let me do it. Boom, 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 boom. Hang on, tiny tosses, big tosses. All right, now we gotta go. Whoops. Hang on. We'll do some ping pong. All right, we're gonna do some ping pong. Here we go. Please. Here we go. Ping pong. Let's go. We gotta go. It's too high. Hang on. We gotta go. There we go. I'm good at dropping them. Okay, here we go. Now we gotta do 2. Ah! Where'd it go? Ah! Okay, hang on. We got 3. We got 3. Alright, yeah. Oh, we got 3. Now we got 2. Okay, let's try with a wild ball. Whoa. Ah, no. Okay, last move is that I have to do what is it? You go 1, 2. You go 1, 2, wham. Okay, now you gotta go 1, 2. Can I do it with these? Maybe I do it with these. Okay, we gotta go 1, 2, 1. Whoa! Come on. We just gotta go. 1. We just gotta do it 1 time. Come on, 1 time. 1, 2, 1. Yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 1. Okay, I did it once. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door. 5, 6, this long neck lady's trying to kill us. Okay, we did it, you guys.
We did it.
Epic is finally updating their achievement system. I saw that they were working on it. I did look at their Trello board. I mean, they had achievements. They just don't have game pages. I already deal with so many DRMs. I already deal with Steam. Now I gotta deal with PS5. Now I gotta deal with Epic Games. Gotta deal with Uplay. I'm gonna have to deal with what's it called? Origin to be able to play. Is it Origin or is it Uplay to play The Sims? Because I'm gonna have to install more DRM for The Sims. Long Neck Lauren is on the prowl. She's looking around. Oh, just deal with it. Yep. Just more stuff to install, more stuff to disable online. She got me! Zelda bitch! And Lemmy Cat, what? Oh my gosh!
Lord, she coming,
Doubles!
scaredy cat.
Hey, thank you so much, you two! Why are there 2? Lemmy Cat with a 2 months. Zelda Bits with a 7 months at tier 2. Oh my gosh.
So glad to be here.
Zelda
Less
Bits.
than 3.
Thank you so much for the tier 2, Lemmy Cat. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Oi, could we put some hype in the chat? Thank you so much. Oi, 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 you too. Welcome to the spooky games. The spooky dookie games. Thank you so much for the subs, you guys. Oi, oi, oi. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Excuse me. Ma'am. Maximum spook. It's true. It's getting spooky around here. Scary moments only. What? She saw me? Did she see me? Ow! Get out of here! Go away, Long Neck Lauren. Be gone. Be gone. Oh, she left. All right. Bye-bye. Okay, she locked the door. We're free. We're free. Hooray! Lemmy, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. We're alive. We're alive forever. She can never catch us again. You hear us? I defy you. I defy you.
Kenny, wow, wow, wow. A Vodako, a Vodako, a Vodako, a Vodako. Frying an egg, coffee, coffee, cookie, 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 donut. Wow.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the jams. I appreciate it. Thanks, Ponchik. Cookie, cookie, wow, wow. Cookie, cookie, wow, wow. Ponchik, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Oh, and it's part of a hype train. Oh my goodness. The 2 subs started a hype train. Mamma mia. Wow, wow. Cookie, cookie. Wow, wow. All right, we just gotta move this over to the door and then we'll break it out. We're breaking out. Me and my tin can head. The grocery trip was a success. What? Kiraim, holy moly, that was fast. That was fast. You must live right next to it. We gotta chase the teacher. It's a classic horror movie trope. You have to chase that which you were running away from. It's the only way out. It's the only way out, you guys. We have to follow her. La 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 la. Burning books, eh? I can't believe that we got rid of Harry Potter in such an inappropriate manner. But Mom, I want to be a wizard. Mom, I know that it's fantasy. Why are we burning the books? I'm sorry, honey. What'd you just say? Huh? You said, oh my god, hearing their name correctly is so weird. What, Kiraim? Kiraim? I heard Ope saying it the other day. Bruh. Look at that. We built ourselves a castle. Yay! We're on a castle! Wait a second. Are these called a rook? Hello? Anybody in here? Ah, just a little bit of a chess game. Very nice. We got another puppet. Oh. He's the little king. Look, he's... Hello, king. How are you doing? Oh, I'll find you a queen. Don't you worry. Just gotta get up here. I know that the queen is headless, but I'm glad that you're here. Hang on. Wake up, king. It didn't even break. It just made the breaking sound, but it didn't break. And now I can't pick it up. This is not in Shards game. Game, you dropped this king. He's got a little crown. Can I knock this down? Let me see that. I see a sword up there. And also, you can slide the bookcase. Look, it's got wheels on it. It's got wheels on it, and there's light behind it as well. Just gotta give it a little oof. Is this the developers of Inside? No, this is not. The developer of Inside also made Limbo. And the developer of this game just made Little Nightmares 1. This is a sequel. I'm going to sit down in the chair and think about things for a little while. You guys, thank you so much for the hype train. I appreciate it. Oi. Hey, guys, can we put some hype in the chat for the hype train? Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much. Yeah, we can just take this. Choo-choo. Oi. Thank you so much for the hype train, you guys. I appreciate it. That's two beautiful hype trains just this evening. All right. You dropped this, queen. Here we go. Yeah. Ta-da. Now y'all can be together forever. Amen. Let's get up there and throw that jar down there. Climb up. Here we go. Ooh, oh, shoot, dude. Oh, what the flip? What the... Oh, we gotta put him in a certain setup and then pull this lever? All right. What all can we move around? Can we move the pieces? Can we move the pawns? Let's see. Can we pop off this head? We gotta checkmate him. I see. We gotta checkmate him. So what would be a checkmate? So if this is This is the queen. Oh boy, I'm bad at chess. Let's see. Maybe I can say the king's allowed to move twice though, right? Oh geez, I don't know how to checkmate. I'm garbage at chess. Maybe we could just try a few configurations. If we were here and the king moved up, he'd be able to escape. So that's not good. Probably need for the rook and for the queen to be somewhat like covering both angles. What if he went right now? If he went right 2, then we'd be able to get him. What about right 1? Maybe moving once is not important. Or twice. I thought that he can get out of check by moving twice, right? Isn't that true? Isn't yeah, checkers I can do. Checkers is my freaking game. I like going boom, 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 boom. Take that, 6-year-old, and then you flip the table. They can move twice, right? The king can move twice to escape check. I'm pretty dang sure. So how would I cover up here, though? It's impossible. There's not... Wait. Oh, I can cover up there because the queen's covering that. Oh, yeah. The queen's covering if they went 2 spaces up. Can they go 2 spaces diagonally, though? I don't think so. King can only move once? Oh, that's it? I wonder why I thought king could move twice. Well, if king moves here, then he's out of check. If he moves up... Okay, this is what we need. We need to move the rook over here. Are you missing more pieces? You should be able to check a king with 2 pieces, I think. Maybe? We'll see. Yeah, because now if they move up, they're caught. If they move left or right, then they get out. Yeah, let's... I think that you can check them with this many pieces. Let's see. Is there another head out here? No. Oh, yeah. Castling is how you move twice. That's what it is. There are 2 more heads. But I think that's just to make the puzzle harder, maybe. What's this? Eyeball. Well, puzzle over. Guess we don't get to figure out the puzzle. Thanks a lot, game. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, game. Thanks a lot. Well, I guess we don't have to figure this out after all. Fantastic. Stupid game for children. Dang it. I think it's this way. Yep. Great. It's just on a sign. No, don't pick it up. Put it back. Put it back! Oh, yeah. And I could have assumed that the rook had to be here so that we could climb up it. Oh, stop it! Tap. Put it... Ah, come on, son. Come on, son. Put it up there. Come on! Now, how do we get it? Okay. You just hold the jump button and it does it. Click. Wahoo! And there's a key and a dog that's pooping? Is that pooping dog? How inappropriate. Duck attack. Like that. Dog poop. Okay. Stop looking at it and use it. There's a lot of dunce hat kids. You see that? There's a dunce hat over there. Also, that looks kind of like a paper hat. You think that I can get that? It looks to be the wrong size, though. Let me just do some pull-ups. All right, I'm just going to work out just a bit. If you'll just give me a moment, everybody. Just give me a sec. All right. There we go. Now we're all worked out. Don't think that you can get that paper hat. Correct me if I'm wrong. I wish we could wear that mustache. That fellow looks so fine. He looks so nice. Oh, thanks, Calico, for the tip. Get strong. Get strong. Get strong. Get strong. Get strong. Get strong. Oh, look, there's more dog poop. Shaking my head. Who goes to this school? Children? Block? The obtaining of hats seems to be rather slow pace. Yeah, I mean, it should be a relatively big game, right? Oh, look, there's a little kid. There's a little ghost kid that was thinking about dying over here. You see
that noose? You see this noose right here? There's some kid that was sitting over by this noose.
I'm sorry for being noisy. I'm sorry, teacher. Teacher. I'm sorry. I had to do it. It made a noise that I liked. It made a happy noise. Ah! That's funny. Do I get to break those bottles again, though? Broke my little legs. My little tin can legs. Can I break them again? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, this game knows how to treat you right. This game knows how to treat you right. Double breaking. Yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna check this one. We gotta give this one a big boost. Dang, depth perception. What? It didn't break. So disappointed. It's all right. We'll use it as a weapon.
Nobody can kill us now. We got a bot.
Oh, we'll see you in a minute, Callie. Yeah. Don't worry, we'll take it with us. Open up. Don't put that down. Open the door. Open it. Open it. I have a key. Did I not pick up the key? Do I have to pick it up again? Ah! Open the door! I think that it's making me pick up the key again. Did it make me drop the key whenever I died? Ah. Come on, game. That was the wrong place to put a checkpoint. Is the key over here? It is. You have to pick it up again. You have to pick it up again. Bad checkpoint. That's the second bad part of this game. The first bad part was the fact that they made a whole freaking... Pick it up. Pick it up. There we go. Gee whiz. This is part 2 of bad game design. You have to pick up the key every time. Well, checkmate. Thanks. Thanks, Rosera. I did check. And, yep, it was there. It was there all along. I wanted you to see that pooping dog again. I mean, one of the artists worked really hard on that Bohemian. So I can understand that they want you to see the set piece once again. Whoa! Sounds like they've got some unruly ingredients down here. Oh, look, goop. Anybody hungry for slug soup? What the heck is this, sausage? Yeah, it looks like sausage. Mmm. Yeah, can you hear the unruly ingredients that don't want to be part of the soup, I guess? It's all right on my right ear. I don't like it. Yeah, it does sound kind of awful. I don't like that it's only in that one ear. Dr. Bread Slices is dead. Oh, no. Left the sausage behind. Wait a second. Did we kill this person in the previous game? Is this a reference to the previous game? A kid froze to death in here. Oh, no. Is this what your upstairs neighbors sound like? Yeah, pretty close. They were so loud. They were so loud one night. Like, I think it was 2 nights ago. It was 1 in the morning and the kids were still running around. And then I woke up and the kids were being loud again. And I just started blaring my music. I was done. I was freaking done. So I just turned up Slaughter to Prevail and I just let it play, baby. Let it play. Mostly to distract myself. Because I don't even think that they could hear it or care. Let's bring them a sausage. It'll be a little gift to know that we want to get along with them. How do I get in? We went to the freezer. Ow, my legs. Oh, look at that. Oh, we just gotta slide this along. That's all. Yo, my neighbor's got new dogs and it regularly sounds like it's dying and screaming at maximum loudness. Oh, jeez. I felt really bad whenever my cat was loud. I felt pretty bad. I did my best to keep that cat quiet.
Up we go. Dang it.
Stop the noise! Stop the presses! Climb it. Climb it, kid. We gotta get in there. I just want this to be on both of my ears. Get in! Get in! Ah! Get in! No! Stop! Ah, it's 3D games. This is the worst. Ah, go, 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 go. I get it! It's got 3 dimensions as depth. Okay, we get it. Thank you, Mike. What the frick is going on in here? Oh, look, he's cleaning it with a sausage. He's cleaning it with a sausage and we're supposed to kill him. Supposed to kill him, but I won't do it. Can't get me. I'm a god. Oh, they're killing each other in there. Oh my. He needs his dunce hat. I need a dunce hat. Where's my dunce hat, huh? You need to be able to salt and pepper these kids. We gotta put him in the oven. We have to put him in the oven. In the oven you go, my little man. Here, come on, right into the oven. Yep, here it is. I'm gonna close it up for you. Oh wait, no. They're having there's a fight in there. I wonder if there's bets. We should see which one seems like the strongest contender and we can bet on it. Look at all the sausage. What the frick am I supposed to do, dude? What am I supposed to do? What, am I supposed to beat him to death with a ladle? I don't want to kill him. Sneak? Maybe. But they've already shown that... he sees me. Bruh. What am I supposed to do? This one that's looking over there. Am I supposed to grab this salt pepper shaker? I don't think so. Okay, so we got a ladle. So even if we beat this guy, if we beat this guy down with the ladle, then we'd have to beat 2 others down with the ladle as well. Throw it towards the oven. Yeah, maybe it's the noise. Yeah, maybe they haven't shown... They haven't done that yet, but you're right. It might be, No, you gotta kill him. You gotta kill them all. You gotta kill all of them. Oops. They got me. Looks like they come at you one at a time on purpose. In a game about sneaking, there sure is a lot of killing. It looks like you just are supposed to kill them. Maybe it's unavoidable. Yeah. Maybe we just gotta kill all of them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, he's choked me to death. You ever been choked by a puppet? I don't want to be killed by you porcelain puppets. Y'all don't have a soul like I do. I've got a soul, and that makes me better than you. Now die. Die. You're just puppets. Ah! Get off of me, sheep. No. No. They control you. Can't you throw dishes like frisbees from above? Ooh. I wish. Pretty sure that you got to get down in the trenches with these beans. Well, that didn't work that time. I can't listen to this anymore. I muted the stream. Somebody tells me when it stops. Oh my. How about that? Is that better? I can turn it back up in a minute. Gotta get the jump on him. Here we go. Bam. Bam. Oops. That's too bad. That's too bad. They made this so unnecessarily difficult. Ah! They bob and weave. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bop. Like that, buddy. You and your Oliver Tree haircut. You as well. There we go. There we go. Oh, it popped off their head. That's pretty good. Oh, we gotta climb up here and jump across with this meat hook. Oh, maybe I can I slide this? No? Okay. Is this as high as I go? Why not? Why can't I go higher? Now I can go higher? I'm so confused. All right, climbable thing that you don't climb, I bet. Okay, so I definitely shouldn't go in here, right? Yeah, look at these maniacs. Yeah, I like that one. Stomp his little feet.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, stomp, stomp, stomp. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I see these ants. Whoa, 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 whoa.
All right, well, we, oh yeah, we take the head. Oh my God, that's not a hat! Oh! I am a boy. Hello, fellow children. Ah, hello there, fellow puppets. It's weird that some of these, like, they can lose their heads and they're completely fine. Like, some of these heads are, like, smashed in. Maybe they are dead. I'm a real boy. Gotta stay away from all the bullies. No bully. No bully. Oh, we gotta crawl through here. They sure are a bunch of noisy rapscallions. My head. Death by potato bowl. Oh, I have to walk through this again. Dang it. I should have hesitated. You and me, buddy. Oh, we could be friends. Come on. Come on. Let me be part of the team. Oh, come on. Come on. I'm a kid just like you. Come on. Have some common decency. Come on. Treat me right. Oh. Y'all are not nice. What about you, buddy? Can we be friends? You seem to be a social outcast like me. Hey. Hey. I'm just gonna stay away from all the kids. What about you? You seem lonely. Can we be friends, you and me? Yes. Squirt the mustard on my head. Squirt the mustard on my head. Ah, yes. It went right through me. Must be bad for my digestion. We got a kid that's sticking it, that's throwing pie. Got a kid that's dancing around up there. I'm trying to keep my eyes out for any hats, but I don't think there's any hats. Look out for the potato bowl this time. Boy, you almost killed me. All right. See you kids later. Bye-bye. Oh, there's more of them. Look at these mean kids. See, look, he's still alive, but half of his head's destroyed. I don't understand. How do they live like this? They're jumping rope. These are all just normal kids. I thought that they were monsters at first, but... Hey, don't push me. They're gonna crush me. I'm not standing under that. That kid's gonna freaking break it. He's gonna break it. I'm scared. There's a... Oh, I have to hold this on with my hands. All right. We're free. The wicked cacophony is over. All right, I'm gonna turn the game back up. Look, there's another jar. Huh. Another random jar that doesn't have a use. Interesting. Maybe I shouldn't break this one. Climb it. No? Okay, I'm gonna chuck it. Feels good, man. I'm glad. I'm glad that I can destroy. Alright, hop up. Here we go. There's another jar up here. Oh, joy. Oh, joy. Nice. Okay. What'd you say, Rosera? I gotta go, but I'll definitely finish watching this once I can with the replay. All right. You won't miss a thing, Rosera. We'll see you later. Have a good rest of your day, Rosera. If I step onto the end of this board, it's gonna go bye-bye. No? Ow! I broke my little legs. Oh no. My little porcelain legs. I do like that I awake like it's from just a bad dream. I didn't actually fall, you guys. That was my shadow self. That was just a dream. We're just having a dream within a dream within a dream within a dream. I mean, it just keeps going as deep as we die. The more times we die, the more deeper we are into the dream. And only whenever we escape can we tell how deep the rabbit hole really went. Also, there's a hand in that jar, and I also see a brain. I don't know if these are ingredients or if we're in a specimen laboratory. This time, I remembered which button was grab. Do we gotta jump across to that noose? Swinging. Whee! Boyon. All right. Knock that jar down. Oh, that jar. No more specimens. Oh, we need the brain. We need the brain. Now I just gotta hop on this hook, go for a ride down. Whee!
Hooky. SpongeBob, does this look dangerous to you?
It wiggle and jiggle. It wiggles and jiggles. Oh, that's disgusting. Use your head. Use your brain with these puzzles. Uh-oh, long neck Lauren. Here we go again. Here we go again. Is this the first part? Oh, you mean the first game? No, this is the second game. Look, she's got a jar of frogs. Ah, she's preparing the specimens. All right, Lauren. I'm just gonna be schmoving through here. Yeah, the first game had long arms. Now this one has long neck. And both of them, yeah, had multiple little viewings. You got to see them twice. Yeah, long arm Larry and this long neck Lauren. See you later. Bye-bye. I'm gonna just schmoove over here if you don't mind. She can walk back in? Ma'am? You walking back? What do we got on the tray? Some lunch? I can't grab any of the... Oh, maybe I should smash this. I think I gotta smash one of these jars and sucker her back in here. Come back in here, Granny. Your frogs have been released. Do we only push it? Push. Look at it. Totally looks interactable. How do we break? How do we break it? Almost out. I want to be a frog. Do we gotta just walk in here? The frog jar sure looks like you can interact with it. Open up. Hello? I guess we snuck through it correctly. The only thing that she's teaching is fear. Exactly. Uh-oh. Do I see a body? Is this game really rated T for teen? Is this what teens are playing these days? Back in my day, a T for teen game only had comic mischief. My controller has a heartbeat. The haptic feedback is the heartbeat. It's going whoop 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 whoop. Kids these days playing their Call of Duties. Their Call of Duties in there. What the heck do we do in this game? Oh, Grandma. Are we supposed to sucker her over here? What's going on? Here I am. La 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 la. La 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 la. You can't catch me. I'm a god. I'm a god. See? You can't catch me. You're too slow. What do I gotta knock something down? Do I've got to knock something down? Well, oh, what? Did she hear me walking around? Oh, she can see me. Oh, there's a way through there. Oh, she got me. Dang it. Okay, well, maybe we gotta get onto the onto the countertop. Let's see. Whoop, whoop. Don't know why this is open here. Oh, cause I gotta climb up there? Surely. But if I jump, then she'll be alerted. I can't. No, surely we're not supposed to just walk in there. We gotta get up top. We gotta get up there.
Uh-oh.
Don't be too loud now. You gotta get some homework done? All right, we'll see you later, Zelda Bits. Thank you so much for the support earlier. We will see you later, friendo. Good luck with your homework. Good luck with your homework. It was good to see you again. It's been a little while. La 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 la. Not me. Don't worry about me. I'm just gonna be heading out, ma'am. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, ma'am. See ya. Thanks. Thanks for trying to teach me about anatomy. Ah, no. What? Dang it. Wow, we almost had it. I got the idea now. Excuse me, ma'am. Don't worry about me. I'm just gonna be oh gosh, that head moved a little faster than I expected. Scary. Dude. It's Halloween at Party City. Oh, I didn't know that you worked at Party City, Zelda. I just went there the other day. It is very busy during the Halloween season. So many outfits to buy. We got launched. Gotta hide right here. Look at it, she does seem rather friendly. Does seem rather friendly. La 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 la. Bye bye. We'll see you later, Zelda Bits. And we're on the move. And we gotta hide under this chair. Maybe? What the heck do we do? Where do I go? I don't get it. Can you jump without her hearing you? Hey, Champion of the Raven Queen, what's up? How are you doing? Champion of the Raven Queen. Maybe don't alert her. Yeah, but I have to jump and she always hears it. I don't get it. I don't get how to make it over that without jumping. Simply stop existing. Stop with your useless existence and just never alert her again. Maybe she moves. Let's just watch her. Oh, she didn't hear that. Oh. Can she see me through the brain? I do like their scripted sequences in this game. It does feel rather natural. Like they're actually doing something. Like she's actually busy and I just happen to be here. That's one of my favorite things about the first game. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, here she comes. Here she comes. What you picking up over there? You got a jar full of mushrooms? Crap. Dang it. Ma'am, please calm down. Calm down. Thank you. Just quit the game, then she can't get you. Oh, what? Improved alpaca, you don't want to see if this kid escapes? You don't want to see the daring conclusion to little oh-no's? You don't want to see the triumphant escape of little uh-ohs? Oh, she heard that. Ah! What? She can see me through books? Oh, this is ridiculous. She's got x-ray vision. She's got eyes in the back of her head. And even more powerful eyes in the front of her skull. Little oh-woes. I'm gonna take that. I want to take that little extra heart you got there. I want to steal that. I'm gonna take it. It's mine now. Mine. Oh crap. Oh crap. She heard me. I was walking. I stole it. She'll never suspect. She'll never suspect that it was me. The pitter-patter of child's feet. Take it. start with this. Crap, it fell on the ground. Boy, on. Yeah, it seems like the jumps don't really matter. Oi, Lupus, welcome back. Welcome back. We missed you. We missed you. We missed you. Lady, walk away. Just walk away, lady. Oh, no. Here she comes. Oh, Lord. She a-coming. See you later. See you later, teacher. Oh, I think we got to climb this bookcase. Wing. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, we would have never made this. We would have never made it up here if she was alerted. All right, Grandma. See you later. Thanks, Lauren. Oof. Oof. My legs. See? No run, only sneak. Well, it did. Last time I was able to do whatever I wanted. We got to murder this kid again. How many times what must we kill? The old 1-2. Oh man, she got bodied. Ah, what the heck? Do I have to kill these suckers? How many of these suckers do I have to kill? You didn't see me! Dang it. Okay, fine. Fine, I think I gotta kill every one of them. It's really tricky to kill these suckers because they like dive. You gotta kill them like mid-dive. Bam. Take that, you rascals. Who else wants a taste of Mr. Hammer, huh? Who else wants a taste of my hammer? Come here. Ah, what? Dang it. She moved way too quick. She moved on me. Hey, Dakota, welcome back. I come back and I see that you got hit. Oh, wow. Listen, this game's real tough, Dakota, okay? Lurk life. Let's go. Kiraim. Thanks for the lurkies. Appreciate it. Bye. Hammer is rated E for everybody. Everybody gets the hammer. Why are there so many hammers laying around the school? I don't know. And a ball peen. A ball peen for that matter. I'm glad that it is, because if it was a claw hammer, it'd be tougher to drag. Come over here, you little stupid kid. Come on. Come here. Come here, you stupid little kid. Gonna hit you with this hammer. Gonna hit you with this freaking hammer. Come here. Come here. Let me crack your skull. Ah, no! Dang it. All right. Come over here, you little porcelain head's about to get busted open. Come here. Come on. Here we go. There we go. Yep. Ah, no, they have to be mid-dive. The timing is so precise. This ain't even on hard mode. There is no hard mode. This combat is not very scary. Doesn't add too much to the atmosphere game. You could have cut this out. Okay. Dying over and over does not make me feel as in danger. If I die all the time in combat, I don't feel as scared to get grabbed by a boss. If I'm lulled into a false sense of security and then a boss is able to kill me, then that's a lot scarier than if I get killed a million times. The more times I die, the less scary it is to die. Just turn it into a combat game. It's not scary, it's just annoying. Yeah, and you have to get the swing started before they what's it called? Telegraph. The enemies always will good enemies will telegraph their attacks. This hammer's so slow that the enemies can't telegraph attacks before you have to already be swinging. So you have to anticipate the telegraph, which is like, what's the point in even telegraphing it? Just have them attack you instantly. Don't make them wind up. The wind up is unpredictable. And I can't respond to it because the hammer's too slow. Might as well just have no wind up, and then I can just estimate whenever they'll get to me. They have to, like, estimate when they're gonna wind up, too. All right, there we go. Gotta smack. Now we gotta move to here. Gotta kill them all. Come on now. I see you, Billy. I see you, Billy. Ah, there we go. We got 2 tries there. Boom. All right, there we go. 1, 2. 1, 2, bing, bang. There we go. Who else wants to taste this hammer? Dang it. Dang it. There's traps everywhere. Oh, I see it. Yeah, you can see it. What? They're hanging that one upside down. Bruh. Look, they seem so excited about it, too. You're not gonna be so excited whenever I get this hammer. Whenever I get this hammer and I knock you both dead. Just wait till I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Oh, he's shaking his booty at me. Don't you shake your butt at me, kid. I'm gonna kill you. Dang it. Should have gotten closer. Hey, Calico, welcome back. I hope your call went well. Who else wants some? Boom. Dang it. All right. And now I'm gonna kill these 2. Taste my wrath, porcelain boys. Eat it. Eat it. Oh, eat it! Eat it! Don't you make me repeat it! Have some moles over, have some moles here. That's our friend! Oh, that's our friend. Are they dead? Oh no. Our friend. We just dropped him on their head. Brain damage. They probably don't even remember us after that fall. Hey, you can stand in the urinal. This is a great game, never mind. You killed your friend. No, they live. Look, they're here. We can even work out with them. Just like old times. You remember whenever we were both in the slammer and the only thing that we had to do was work out? Yeah, I remember those days. Any hats around here? I didn't see any hats so far. Come on, friend. I wonder if it's optional to bring your friend along. No, because you both got to lift the window, I see. You both got to lift it. Now we're free. Ooh, next building. Oh, my. Now a friend dies. Nope, never mind. You got yourself a friend. Well, we had him earlier, and then we lost him. I think that somebody needs to tune this piano. I'm not lying. You know it's true. Can I climb it? Oh, I can't climb it. You can only walk. That was an achievement. An important one, of course. All right. Anyway, let's lift up this piano and then we'll break the floor, obviously. There's a stupid TikTok thing where the point is to steal school property or destroy it. They've been destroying school property, and guess what? They started locking all the bathrooms to prevent it. Oh my. I think I read about that, Alchemic. Now we kill our friend. Hey, climb! Let's break it. Yeah, I think the kids, you know, they want to fight something. They want to fight something, but they're fighting the wrong thing. It's not the teachers and the faculty's fault that the education system stinks. I mean, kids are stupid. Kids are literally stupid, and they just don't understand that they're fighting the wrong people. Like, there are things to be annoyed at about the U.S. education system, but it's not the faculty and the teachers that are to blame. And causing a bunch of trouble is not going to help it either. Like, obviously, there are things to be mad about, but yeah, that's not going to accomplish anything. It's just stupid. Just stupid and destructive. Boing. I see an escape over there. Maybe we just got to play enough music.
Maybe if we play enough music, then they'll come in here.
We can get up there. Well, maybe we can climb this. Hello? Can we make it through here? What's the... Oh, they're gonna give me the lift. I see. Friends gotta give me a lift. I missed. Oops. Here we go. Up we go. There we go. Okay, I got it. Groceries are on the way. They're killing a frog with a key. No. Froggy. How dare thee. You monster. Oh crap. No. I wanted to escape without killing them. Dang it. Do I have to kill them? Groceries are on the way. Did you order it through Instacart? I haven't used Instacart in a little while. I should. Do. All right. Give me that key. Hey, dang it. Okay, I might have to beat him down. Amazon Fresh. I see. I've never used Amazon Fresh before. Isn't that free with your Prime subscription or something? Oh, we gotta sneak. We gotta sneak behind. Now we'll go. Oh, there. Oh, our friend's helping us out. Looks like we have to lift the gate, so we might have to kill this kid. Yeah, I think that we gotta kill the kid. So that we can open up the gate. Okay, there we go. Yeah, now we lift this, I think. Maybe? Yep, okay. So you did have to do it this way. Da-da-da. All right. Let's break open the door. Keep moving forward. Tic-tac is real dumb. Calico out there. It's the cutting edge of entertainment. Ooh, some pretty music. Nice. They're building a new distribution center, so they moved everything from the area. They don't even have 1 hour delivery. What? They took it away from you? Ay. Can you teach me how to do that, please? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think it's time to kill our friend. Uh-oh. Or maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. They seem friendly again. I don't know. They seemed a little sinister. I don't think I can hit them. Okay, it isn't time. I think we will have to kill them eventually, but not right now. Okay, I thought that the game was telling me that they'd gone feral. There's a person bopping everyone with a hammer. Listen, I'm just self-defense. Self-defense. I'm just trying to live out here, you know? Just trying to be able to wear another hat, you know? Listen to that beautiful music. Open up. Actually, probably shouldn't go in there. Let's go up. And keep your eyes out for any hats. You still in chapter 2 or 3? Chapter? I don't know. I haven't seen any chapters on the screen. Maybe I haven't been paying attention, but I don't think that I've seen chapter markers. Oh, we got to get a boost. Of course, our friend can't come up here. We have to face everything. So, oh wait, no, there's a box down there. I wonder if they can move it themselves, or if I'll have to do it. Oh, they can just climb. I see. Nice. Next hat is in a stuffed animal room. Oh, thank you for telling me that. Yeah, because I'd rather not miss hats or achievements. But I don't want to look at any spoilers on a guide. Yeah, like that puppet, I probably would have just killed him. Is it Long Neck Lauren again? She plays as beautifully as she looks. Also, I think that we're going to drop this thing on her and kill her. Probably. Looks like there's a... Yep, there's a crank there. I'm sure that we just, like, release the crank and blast him. See a stool? Is that a bad floorboard right here? It didn't do anything. I don't see any floorboards. I think she's just gonna hear me, right? Okay, well, no, definitely not that. Also, hi there, JT. You didn't notice that I was on until just now? Whoops. Hey, JT. What's up? We're playing a spooky game. A spooky dookie game. Maybe we move this a little bit.
JT, how are you doing?
Why does it has marks on it? Can I scoot it? There we go. Yeah, she won't suspect a thing. You can't see me. I'm literally invisible. I'm stop, ma'am. That is so rude. What? She plays for 15 seconds? Okay. So it's just a timing thing? We just gotta go quick. Zoom, 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 zoom. Grab. La 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 la. Yeah, look at that. You just have to go fast. Ah, that's silly. It's all scripted, eh? All right. Yep. It looks. Or did I make a noise? I think that she just keeps playing. I probably had to be quiet while she stopped playing. Yeah, maybe I have to time it. I want to crush her. You gotta be quiet. It's sneaky time. Yeah, see, right now it's sneaky time. Yeah. That makes sense. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, lady. Oh, her face! Oh, here she comes. She a-coming. She a-coming. Get out of here. Oh, boy. God, stay away. Come on, Lauren. Let us go. Let us go now. Give up. No. No one to give up. Holy moly. Holy moly. Lady. Have some common decency and let a child free. Get moving. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go. I'm trying to hold the button. It's going slow. My character's so slow. Climb, climb. Get moving. Yeah, come on now. Come on now. Get it. Get. Yahoo. All right. Oh, she almost got me. And we're free. We're out into the streets. Nice. Okay. We're in the trash where we belong. We escaped her. Lauren can't ever hurt us again, I think. Hopefully. Good night, kids. Have sweet dreams. Night, night. Don't forget, I'm always watching. Let me out. Oh, geez, that's super freaky. I love it. JT, it's a spooky game, but it's only rated T for teens, so it's totally a kid's game. If you're 13, you can totally play this game. Oh, yeah. Kimmick and Calico with that hype. Nice. We're going to go look for a new hat. We need a new hat. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Holy moly. There's so many places in this game that could just be like a wallpaper or a piece of art. Like, just look at that perspective. It could be a painting. It could be a painting. I'd hang this up on my wall. Be atmospheric and spooky. Look at this. Even more beautiful, dude. Look at that. A-Star made a bunch of screenshots and they look like wallpapers. This has got to be one of them, right? This location. Yeah, just look at that. Ooh-wee. Yeah, very pretty. Oh, you don't do creepy games? No worries. No worries, Random Mouse. We won't play creepy games all of Halloween, all of October. We'll play a different game tomorrow, probably. Well, come to think of it, we might not finish this game. Might be a couple of days. But Random Mouse, it's good to see you. Thanks for popping in. I hope you have a wonderful day. Random Mouse, you stay away from the stream and you have wonderful dreams, okay? Also, hi there, Di. The trash wagon is rolling to the station. It's Divey. Divey. Ah, beautiful New York City. Johnny, we have people in the chat that are in New York City right now. You're about to be in big trouble, young man. Big trouble. To the trash can. Into the trash can. Where do we go? Oh, we gotta move the trash can, I think. Can we scoot? It's so rainy and gloomy. Sometimes I feel like an NPC in my own story. Oh my gosh. It's too real. It's too real. Don't talk like that, Earl. Get into the trash can. Can I get over here? I feel like that physics object up there, though. Yeah, what about that? Can we not? We can't stand on this edge. Building brickies and giving hickeys since 1997. That's another good one. That's a good one. I like that one. Alice doesn't know about that one. Next time Maurice is in the chat, y'all are sure, I'm sure y'all will waste no time in bringing that one up. Ay. Okay, let's just go in here. Yeah, into the unknown. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. Okay, what do we do? Yeah. Oh, and it fell down. It's almost as good as 132. Oh my gosh, how many quotes are there now? There's almost 300? Holy moly. Get up here. I can't have a boyfriend that's addicted to anything but me. Oh yeah, push the, oh, you push it backwards. I keep forgetting that this game's 3D. You're right. I always forget that this game's 3D because it acts so much like a normal 2D platformer. You know, I was actually watching a video about that today where they were talking about the shift from 2D to 3D and how whenever you shift out of 2D and into 3D, it normally transforms the game entirely because it kind of needs to. But with the Super Mario 3D World franchise, they've been doing really well at making 2D-like platforming in 3D. But this is an example of why it doesn't work very well. Because of the camera, essentially, and the depth. This essentially is a 2D platformer that has some 3D qualities to it. It's not a very 3D platformer. Oh, you just found another ghost child. I think it doesn't work well because of the environment. That's you're definitely right about that. That is a big part of it. There's a guy with his shoes popping out of the trash can. Look at that. You gotta look out for little... What's the name of the little child that got eaten by the clown? What was the child that got eaten by the clown? Leroy or whatever? He's like, Leroy, come down here. We'll float, Leroy. Come down here. Don't you want a little balloon? Come on, Leroy. Come on down. You don't want a balloon? Oh, it's Georgie. Georgie, come down here. Maybe not Leroy. Georgie, you have your little bone, Georgie. Come down. We all float down here, Georgie. Maybe not. Oh, my legs. Leroy, Georgie. Georgie, or would you prefer Leroy? Open up. Leroy Jenkins jumped straight into that sewer. And he beat down that clown. A suit. Oh, put on a rain jacket so that you look like every child in a horror movie. Look, it's Coraline. An ancient meme. Well, I mean... Of course, Die. All of your base are belong to us. Hug. Hold hands. We'll fling you around. Air into the unknown, into the unknown, into the unknown. Yeah. Come on, spin with me. Come on. Aren't you so happy about your... Oh my gosh, our hands disconnected for a second. Come on. Let's get moving. Don't waste any time now.
Give me a boost.
Yeah, the jacket does look way more interesting. Boyan. Hello? Anybody home? Well, we're done with long-necked Lauren, so who's next? I'm glad that I have a friend in a spooky game a friend in the spooky game. Yeah, Lemonberry. Do you remember the other one? Oi, Lemonberry. How are you doing? Ding, ding. Service? Come on, service! This isn't an achievement? Okay. Okay. Alright, fine. I thought that it'd give me an achievement, Johnny, if I dinged it enough times. I'm still not convinced. That's the sort of thing that if you ding it like 100 times, then they give you an achievement, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, there's something to do with that bell. I can feel it. You can't get up there, though. Maybe we gotta go back in there. Boing. Can I get back in? Oh no, we're out. And there's still another guy in the trash. Let me up. Let me up. Not everything is an achievement. Some things are just things. I don't believe it, Die. Don't tell me that. What's that? Is this can on the ground? Pick up that can. Hey, look at that. Maybe if I throw this can, then it'll give me an achievement. Dang it. Wait a second. Maybe I've got to throw both of these cans, and then I get the achievement. It could be a 2-can toss kind of... Oh, she gives me a boost. All right. Or he or they or whatever. It gives me a boost. Because they're probably a porcelain doll in disguise. Let's be honest. All right, getting drippy. I should probably take off this hat because it's gonna start. It's gonna probably start rusting. Farting will give you an achievement. Oh, what about this big old hat? That give me an achievement? Maybe if I jump off this edge really high. Oh, broke my legs. Achievement. Here, come on over. Put that put that can in the trash. Half-Life 2 reference. Put it in the can. Open up. Yeah. Gordon, it's me, Bernie. Oh, look. Oh, there's a wounded somebody. Look at that. Somebody slid a nasty, dirty little. Oh no. Oh no, the hospital. To the hospital we go. Oh boy. Hospital time, you guys. Uh-oh, somebody's sick. Somebody's sick, and I think it's the developers putting kids through this. It says schooled. I think that we finished the school. Apparently the exterior also counted as the school level. All right. Surprised you haven't gotten your little friend killed yet. I don't think you can kill him, Linz. I don't think you can, because I tried to beat him with a hammer many times. Many times. Oh, look at this. There's some gabagoo up here. Need some gabagoo. Is that somebody's liver? Somebody took Charlie the Unicorn's kidney. Well, they took my kidney. Wake up, Grandma. You're gonna be just fine. The doctor said you'll be good in 3 weeks. Said you'll be out of here in no time, Grandma. Grandma, why are you laying around? Wake up, Grandma. Wake up. Don't you hear the good news? You're gonna be fine. The doctors say that you're on a steady recovery. Grandma's sleeping? Okay, Grandma. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. We're gonna go in and see Grandpa in the other ward. Grandpa. Grandpa? You got schooled, now you need to be hospitalized. Yeah. You need to be a hospitalized man. Somebody put this man in the hospital. Somebody get this man into a ward. Oh, look at you. You're already running out there just showing you as being a good example. They tried to teach me. They tried to show me how to do it. They were trying to teach me how. I still don't understand. Boyan. Now, why they be hanging clothes? Why they be hanging all this stuff out here? What are the odds, you guys? Really think about it. Like, what are the odds that these beds would just be hanging out here in such a convenient, platformable way? Like, let's really think about, like, why are they hanging, for one? Why were they attached to anything? Why are they hanging out here? I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I don't think that there's a reason. I think that it's just because it's a video game. Look at these. Why are these beds hanging? Hanging beds. Nobody sleeps out here, you guys. Nobody sleeps out here. Let's be honest. Nobody's sleeping up here. This is not realistic. Oh, dang. Hopping. There we go. All right, we made it. Now we got to push this button. Push it. Is that even a button? What is that? Oh, it's a light bulb. Or fuse? Is this what fuses look like? Fusey. Onto me knuckle cluster. Ah, I can't break it. It's a little glowing mushroom fuse thing. Look, more puzzles. Puzzles? My horror game? Oh my gosh. How can I be scared if I'm thinking so hard? Go on in there, buddy. Let me give you a little push. Ooh. Gonna hold hands while we jump in? Here, hold my hand. Go together. Oh, yep, it's totally fine over here. But look at that, they just made me risk my life. Come on, let's get out of here. This whole thing's coming apart. Hurry! Hurry, we don't have much time. Oh crap, we're the end. All right. We survived again. It's a bed weighing day. It happens at every hospital annually. The bed weighing day. They hang it by the you know that's how they weigh fish, right? Is that they have like a little they have a little fish weighing thing. Fish scale? Oh. Use B. Oh, hell no. Oh, no, buddy. No, 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 buddy. Oh, no. Oh. I do not like that at all. Oh, boy. The graphics do look beautiful, though. Oh, heck no, man. No, 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 no. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, bye, 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 bye.
Hello? Is somebody there?
Hello? I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Mario. Hello? We gotta look for the room with the toys in it. We gotta find the stuffed animal chamber. Ah, the blade. Pick up the blade, my friend. This blade could be quite useful. Pick it up. Pick it up. Seriously, we might be able to use that later. Shine this right in your eyeballs. Pick it up, I said. Pick it up! Disobedient. Look. Data. Text. Yep, the kids upstairs are having a luau. It's times like these that I wish that I could just boom music that they could hear. Cut my life into pieces. Uh-oh, looks like Grandma got out of her chair. I thought that they said that she wasn't supposed to... I thought that they said that they weren't supposed to be walking around. Grandma? Grandma, doctor said that you need to be resting. Grandma? Doctor said you're supposed to be resting in your chair until you recover. You in here? Grandma? You really should be resting. Hello? Ruh-roh, Raggy. Grandma's on the loose. She's on the loose. Look at that free soda. What's this place run on, huh? Magic? Who do you think's paying for all these sodas, huh? It's endless soda for free. Are you kidding me? It says hunger. See, I told you. Achievements for everything. Hunger. Even though they're cans of soda? What? I'm not hungry. I'm thirsty. I'll take my ticket. We gotta hit that. Well, improved alpaca, you know, if I'm being honest, I can't really get scared of games while I'm streaming. So I might as well have fun with it, you know? Might as well have fun with it because I can't get scared while I'm streaming. If I was playing this game alone, I might be able to get scared. I can't do this while you guys make it not scary. I'm sorry. Where's our friend? They're dead! Alright, we gotta do another puzzle here, I guess? Yeah, another one of these weird wiggly hallway puzzles that are very cool. Okay, we gotta straighten it out. Whoa! In. That's not quite right. What is the... How did I do it last time? Yeah, there we go. It's cool. It's cool. Hey, Professor Panda, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. I hope you're doing good, my friend. This is such a wonderful scaredy panda game. How are you enjoying it so far? I'm having lots of fun, Professor. It's pretty good. I liked the first one, so second one's kind of a shoo-in. There's been a couple of weird things that I didn't appreciate, but yeah, it's been fun. I like it. What do you think about it, Professor? Have you played it? As happy as a panda could be. It's so sweet. I'm trying to remember what I saw you playing the other day that interests me so much. I can't remember. I can't remember. Professor Panda plays all the good games. Oh my gosh, it's a bunch of headless people. Where'd their heads go? Oh boy. Oh boy. Me and my friend, we don't know what to do. Oh look, there's a hook. Oh boy. Looks like some of these are some amputees. Ooh, let's try going to this lower one first. It looks like we need 2 cores up there to start the elevator, I guess. So you'd never played the first one, but you played this one and you really liked it. Oh, definitely play the first one then. Definitely. It's good. Good. Look, there's a key inside of the teddy bear. Turn on the machine. I want to see what my bones look like. Turn on the machine. It's time to look at our... Oh my gosh, look, we have little skeletons. You know that this ain't so good for you. That's awesome. Okay, so I gotta go to the room and find the... Oh my god. Oh no. Disgusting bears. Oh dear. Oh look, you got a little monkey. You got the little monkey clappy thing. I'm supposed to get a hat in here, yeah. That's where the freaky stuff is. Let's find the hat. Maybe one of these bears can be turned into a hat. Yeah, 6 has a little monkey. Is that their name? 6? You gonna get dinner out of the oven? All right, we'll see you in a second. Come on.
Get that dinner.
Boop. There we go. Put that bear right there. Scan this sucker. What's inside? Nothing. 6, get away from it. Oh, 6 has something. What? Does that have a key in it? What the heck is that? Maybe that's just the shape of the... Maybe that's just the shape of the thing. I'm trying to look. I don't see any hats in here. Awkward. Welcome back. Oi, oi. I'm trying to scan these bears and find out where the key is. This is very fun. Not in there. No key in there. All right. Let's see. We got a ball up here. Can I jump up here? Yep. We got a ball. This would make a nice hat. Get a blocks. Throw all these blocks out of here. Get these blocks out of here. What do you take me for, a blockhead? Did you know that X-rays are gonna be called something? Were gonna be called something else. But while they were deciding, they called X-rays. What? They called it X-rays like something rays. What? So they just came up randomly. X was just a placeholder name for them. I mean, it doesn't really have a reason, right? Doesn't have a reason for an X-ray. It's not short for anything. Maybe it's short for Xavier ray. Because Xavier can see into your mind, and the ray can see into your body, of course. Okay, hang on. I get it, but I don't know if it's true. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the thing with Die's facts is that if it sounds like a pun, that's probably all that it is. So now we have to rip this bear's head off and steal the key inside. Yeah, true facts with Die. Okay, so it's not true. So it's not true, and there is a hat in here. Let's see, we got a little quacky duck.
Garbage.
It's not here. Maybe it's up here. I see a clown. Oh, there it is. There's the hat. It's a bear mask. Frightening. That's a rock fact. We need to watch that. That needs to be one of the Halloween things that we watch. That's a rock fact. I love that show so much. Oh, gross. It's a bear with brain damage. I can't watch. I can't wear this. I cannot wear this. No freaking way. No way, dude. That's disgusting. I don't want to see a brain coming out of that. I want to see a brain coming out of that bear hat. I'm wearing the Daniel Boone hat. Daniel Boone. Grab the bear. Kill the bear. Hat was not worth it. Well, I mean, it's nice to collect. Google says that the X stood for unknown, so it's somewhat true. I see. Somewhat true indeed. So how do we kill this? Oh, wait. I guess this isn't a bear, is it? It's a bunny. It's Bunny. Now we just have to find Freddy and Chica, and then we'll have the whole team. The whole team will be here. Surely we don't have to carry this bear this whole way, right? This is too much trouble. There's too much trouble. Earl of Sus. Earl of Sus, excuse me. KMN, how are you doing? Oi. KMN, I'm trying to pick up this hook. I can't pick it up. There's got to be a way to kill this bear, right? This bunny. Okay, I got to rip its head off somehow. Some way. Incinerate it. Yeah, we have to find the fires. To find the fire. So there's a couple of different things that we got to bring there. Let's just put the bear down. Stay right there, Buster. Look, there's a key right here. Maybe I need to have my friend like rip its head off. Here, rip it off. If we drop it from a tall height, I'm thinking about it. I kind of thought that I could just walk it over here and just, you know, unlock the door like that. Yeah, I think you can actually hear it inside of it. I mean, it fell. I just don't think I don't think it'll break it. There's probably something in the room so that you don't have to carry it very far. Oh no! Oh no! We broke the game. Oh no! Oh no! The game is broken. Oh no! It's broken. Now we lose. We gotta jump right on there. Reload save. Yeah, now I have to reload my save. We'll just land right on top of it. No worries. Oh. Oh, that's one way to reset. That's one way to reload. Yeah, let's go in this elevator. See if it goes anywhere. There's nothing here. Next hat is in the morgue. Okay, thank you, Johnny. Next hat in the morgue. We just gotta make it to the morgue. Gotta make it to the morgue. Yeah, let's call the elevator, see if this works. I'm pretty sure that you have to power this, and that's the point of those two things. Let's just chuck this. Yeah, maybe we can knock that bear down. Also, is this guy alive? Hey, wake up. Rise and shine, buddy. Time to rise and shine. I have candy. It'll last 6 months probably. That's big bag. What? Are you sure that that candy's gonna last 6 months, or are you saying it should last 6 months? Throw it. Throw it. Dang it. Oh no. Oh no. Super Mario. We're gonna have to like Super Mario straight onto that bear. Just gotta land on top of the bear. No big deal. Ow. Legs. I don't know if we can do that. This does look kind of like an elevator. Like, look, it's got a little, guess it can get closed? Do we have to have our friend with us? Come on in here. Oh. Down we go. Down we go. This should reload everything, maybe. Or we can at least die down here. Oh, snap. Is this the morgue immediately? Oh, my. Oh, my. This might be the morgue. No, it looks like, yeah, this is the incinerator. Oh, jeez. This is where you fry the bear. Okay, so maybe if I get fried in this oven. There's a hand in here. And worse, Mike Wazowski. Delphino, what's up? All right, we have to die. No, we can't reload the save. That's cheating. We have to die. We have to find some way to kill our character or knock that bear down. I'm not allowed in the oven, it seems, which is a true shame. The bear still sits there menacingly. I'm gonna just jump from the highest place that I can go. Here I go. Watch me go. Not enough. Not enough. Okay, fine. Is there something else to jump off of? No, we're trapped. We're trapped. I can't die. No. Do you ever feel like the game is broke? Stupid bear up there. Okay, we're gonna have to do something. I don't know. We can We could throw this. We could try one more throw, and then yeah, I gotta just reset. Just reset. I don't think that there's anything to do. Decent splat, 4 out of 10, but no death. Good sound effects. Nice effort. Good effort. Boy, that was so close. Did you just see that? Did you see that? Chuck more bears at it? That's true. We could drop another bear. Ow! Just stabbed my feet. If this was DayZ, I'd bleed out in 10 minutes. It's rain and hail. Hallelujah, it's rain and bears. It's hailing right now. KMN, I hope that your car is in a safe spot. Oh boy. We got our friend over there running the x-ray machine. You may break the game further, so be careful. Oh, what? KMN. So judgmental. No, we will not break the game further. We will fix the game. Watch me fix it. Just watch me walk up here. We're going to drop this down. Radiation. I mean, X-ray essentially just like pokes a million holes in you. It pokes little teeny tiny holes. And then whenever all the things that poke those holes make it all the way through, then it just, the sensors just sense what. Did that work? Brick. Ow. My legs. It looks like it's in the, how did I do this? I'm amazing. How did I break this game so thoroughly? It's quite incredible. Throw it. Yeah. Maybe I can jump on top of the bear? No. You need that bear up there. That bear. Okay, I can't do that. Wait, is that our bunny? That bunny up there that's stuck is the one that we need. And look, it looks... Aw, dang. Poor thing. Poor thing got... It landed right on its pelvis. Poor thing. What have I done? What have I... Ow. Okay. Dang it. I blame physics. Me too. And the bear's still there. Well, that's too bad. This is a dumb puzzle. This is a dumb puzzle. It's a fun idea, but I blame myself. It's okay, Dakota. It wasn't your fault, I don't think. Dakota, it wasn't all your fault. I'm partially to blame. You shouldn't take all of this on you. I think it's this one, right? Listen to the sound. Hear that? Hear that noise? I think it's this one. This is the one that has to suffer. You bought so much candy, Calico. I accept your offer. I will take all of that candy off your hands and I will eat it all in a week. Doot. There we go. Is this the right one? I can hear it. I can hear the key inside. Yep. There she blows. Me and my bonehead companion over here. Look, she's trying to check in that one too. Poor little thing. Let's burn this bear. Burning bears since 1997. Mm-hmm. Burning bears and splitting hairs since before you were born. Down we go. Whee! I don't drive, but my parents do. If the cars get gotten by hail, that's not my fault. That is true, KMN. That is true. Whoever parks the car, it is them to blame. Smokin'. Smokin' Oaken. Hannah Montana is next. Pull the lever. It wants to burn. She wants to burn the monkey too. How dare you? All right. They will suffer in there. Oh, it's still warm. Ow. Look, there's a key in mine. Nothing was kept of your...
Is it me you're looking for?
JT, welcome back. Welcome back. What an entrance. JT, it was you that I was looking for. How'd you know?
Hello? Is it me you're looking for?
Yeah, we got the key. We got the key. Ooh, take a sip. All right, deal. I'll take a sip. And I'll eat a pretzel. Eat a pretzel, take a sip. Rated T for travesty. Oh my. Oh my. Look at all these extra parts. Why, we could make 1,000 humans out of all these parts. Just think of the opportunities. Ooh, looks like you can get up there. Give me a boost. Hey, Pixelated Noms, what's up? How are you doing? Pixelated Noms, you've arrived during Spooky Month. Noms, what do you think is going to happen? Please protect me. It appears that this one is strapped down. For what reason, we have not found out. Does it live? Someday I'm gonna walk all over you. And I would walk 500. Hell, let her in? I don't think that I can. I think I gotta handle this one alone, friendo. The lighting is particularly impressive for some reason. Well, it's using the RTX or whatever. It's Apple's Live. How are you doing? I felt someone summoned me. It was me. It was me and this guy. It was us two. He's still dead. Still dead. Must have just been reflexes after death, you know? Could have just been reflexes, you know? No big deal. Ooh, something moved. Just keep moving forward. Hand. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, what? What? A wild hand? A wild hand on the loose. Look out! Look out for the hand! Woo! Slide away. Come on. Oh, got me. Gosh darn it. Why did you summon me? I just wanted to sleep. It's Apple's Live. I'm sorry. I just have some important messages to give you. I haven't come up with them yet, but I know it must be important, okay? There must be some reason that I summoned you here today. Look at that hand. It's so wiggly. This reminds me of Coraline. It also sounds a little bit like a spider. Ew, it makes a cracking sound. The popping of its knuckles. Creepy. It crawled. Run away, run away. Oh, here it comes. Am I supposed to kill it? Am I supposed to? Oh, this looks like the morgue, boy. It looks like we're in the morgue. Oh, boy. Smash it. I don't have a tool. I don't have a weapon. They have pretty obvious weapons that they give you. Just like hammers and stuff. Oh, here comes the hand. It's just one hand. It's just one hand that you have to fight. Okay, it's light. You can't interact with this light. Oh, look, there's a vice. Do you guys have any vices? Uh-oh. Hello. Hello, hand. Goodbye, hand. Whoa, it almost got me. Almost got me there, didn't you? JT! Thank you for the gifted sub for its Apple's Live.
JT Elroy gifted a tier 1 sub to
JT,
its
thank you very
Apple's
much for the
Live.
gifted
They have
sub.
given 9
Hey!
gift subs in the channel.
So generous. Enjoy. There you go. Now you got a sub. It's Apple's Live. Oi! Enjoy your sub. Bing, bang, boom. Now you can watch the movies with us. Now you don't have to watch ads, and you get all of the, the emotes. Thank you very much, JT. That was very sweet. Okay, now you can kill it. That's a hammer that you can use. Bop. Kill it. Kill that hand. Kill that hand. Bam. There we go. Now the hand's down. Hands down. Toughest boss. Come on. Bop. Bop. Ooh, broken knuckle. Come back here. Come on. And bop. Bop. There we go. And the hand's down. And we executed the hand. There we go. Sweet. All right. Dunzo. Hands dead. Hands dead. You switched to audio only. The body horror is really bothering you today. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's not good. Linz, I wasn't trying to. What the? What am I holding? What did I just throw? What was that? What? I just held nothing in my hands. All right, move these arms and legs out of the way. You gotta open up this door, I guess. What, is this where we go? Oh, okay, can't move it. Hang on. We gotta. Oh, I can't move it. What do I move this jar of legs for? Push? Oh, look, it looks like you smashed the window. Yeah, you smashed the window. Boing, boing, boing. All right, here we go. I'm about to break this window. I'm about to end this whole Windows career. Boom! All right. Hopping on through. Oh, we're back to this spot. Okay. Maybe we got to bring the hammer? Or maybe because the hand's dead that we can do whatever we want. Oh. We climbed through here with a boost. Where's our friend? I hear noises. Hey, what you doing, friend? You popping off these fingers? Hey! Excuse me? Oh, okay. Come on. Stop breaking the fingers of the poor mannequin. Thank you. Come on. Come on. Let's go through here. Come on. Hey. 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 Come back here. Come back here. It's the power of Smash. Oh, yeah, Professor. I can't wait for the... I can't wait for Super SpongeBob Smash to come out. I'm just kidding. I'm not playing that game. Holy moly. That new Nickelodeon Brawl game. Oh, my goodness. So many moves that are exactly the same. You just killed 6. No, I didn't. They're right here. They just won't go through the they won't go through the glass over here for some reason. Why not? Because I don't want to pay them for copying Smash. Come on. Get over here. Get over here. Hey. Get through the door. Come on. Come on through the Smash. Do we gotta do something in here? What are you doing? What are we doing to this hand? What we do? Look, the hand's moving though. It is moving. It's true. You had a good idea there, but finish it. So if I buy it for you, you won't play it? Don't force me to choose. Don't force me to do this. I mean, maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be good. I'll look at it closer to the release. But all the moves are such copies.
It's such an obvious cash grab.
Looks like, yeah, we're supposed to get a core. Okay, so maybe we just need to pick up the core, right? I would like all games to be rebranded with a SpongeBob theme. Well, it's not just SpongeBob. There's a whole bunch of them. Oh, you're just kidding? Okay. Okay. It's too realistic. It's too realistic. Okay, so let me get this right. The core was an invisible object that was here that I accidentally picked up, right? Is that it? Is that what just happened? Because I think that the game glitched out and that was the core that I picked up. Right? You guys think that that's possible? Because I picked up an invisible object and I threw it. And I bet it was right here. I think that was a glitch, you guys. Yep. There it is. It is. Oh my gosh. It was just an error. At least we didn't have to kill the hand again. It really was. It really was broken. That's the second, like, game-breaking sort of thing that we've had to redo, but the first one was my fault, so I won't blame the game for that one. I won't blame the game for that bear one. That was my fault. Whap. Demand a refund. Oh, what? But this was a game that was gifted to me. Imagine returning a gift. Returning a gift, who would dare? Doodly-doo, doodly-doo. Wait, it's already out with little to no fanfare? What, is it actually out? I saw, I've been seeing memes on YouTube and that's it. What's it like on Twitch? Is it like a top Twitch category while all the famous people try it out? Are they paying people to play it? Yeah, because I saw that Jaden Animations announced something about it. Hmm. Doodly whoop. No, 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 no. Put that in there. Get it out. Take it out. No, stop. Please. Have mercy. Take it out. Oh, it's glitchy. Okay, here we go. It comes up tomorrow for everybody else. Oh, I see. New Zealand and Japan gets it early. I see how it is, Nintendo. Shaking my head. Doodly doo doo doodly doo doodly 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 doodly. All right, click it in place. Let's go grab that other one. To the prison. Is this a prison area? Why is it all locked down like this? Is this old corn? That corn? Is that corn? Yes, I think we got some corn. Oh boy. We got a bunch of kernels. They call me Colonel Sanders. Oh my God. Uh-oh. This is not good. Looks like an electric chair. But how do I open this door? Doodly doo doo doodly doo. A massage chair. Yeah, yeah. It's an intense form of massage that was used in the way back when. Shaking my head. I have to wait a whole few hours to get the game. I hate it here. Wait, what? Oh, oops. I didn't see that you give me a boost. Thank you. Yahoo! All right. Hello? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dude, mannequins really know how to throw hands, though. Oh, shit. That is creepy. That is creepy as heck. Holy moly, dude. Whoa. Am I supposed to hide? Boy, I hate the way that thing walks. Oh, you've aimed your I forgot about the flashlight. Oh, I forgot about the flashlight. Thank you, game, for the hint. I'd forgotten about it. Can I get past this? Me through here, please. I'm kind of stuck. Please let me out. That's right, you stand still. That's right. Put them up. Hands in the air. Hands in the air. I said don't move. I said don't move. You stay right there. You stay right there. You'll be just heading out. There'll be none of that. You stay right in there. Mm-hmm. That's right. All right. See you later. Oh, hello there, old man. Old man Jenkins, eh? We got walkers. There's walkers. Coral, Lori, walkers. Hooray, Dad. Door does not open. Cannot move door, I do not think. Right, gotta do something else. Where do we go? Go for a little walk over here. Take a look at these booty. Yeah, this is the way to go. You just stay right there, Buster. Thank you. Oh, hello. Are you dead? All right. I think you're dead. Hello? Are you dead? You look pretty dead. Dead? Dead? Who's dead in here? Hey, raise your hand if you're dead. Raise your hand, I said. Not very thoughtful. Not very thoughtful, both of y'all. No, dang it. I should have rotated with the camera. I should have rotated with it, okay? Where am I? Oh, I'm still sleeping. Doodly-doo. Okay, well, at least we know there's two of them over here. Oh, there's a box over here too. Nice. Don't know if I need that, but yeah. You stay right there. You stay right there. This flashlight mechanic sucks so much. It's so difficult to control it. It doesn't make any sense in my brain. Y'all stay right there. I'm just gonna head out. That's right. Y'all stay still. Put your hands in the air. Whoa, hello. Your face kind of looks like a sideways guitar. Hey. Oh, stop right there. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Freeze. Freeze, turkey. Freeze, turkey. You stop right there. I gotta get out of here. See you later. You get out of here. All right, we made it. This is pretty great. I'm supposed to be looking for something in the morgue. Pretty sure that that's the next thing that we do. Oh, wait. Oh, I just made it back, but I didn't pick up anything. Well, dang. Uh-oh. But I couldn't have carried anything all this way. No, this is in a different spot. It's just a copy-paste. I think that this environment just looks very similar. Yeah. I think it just looks similar. This ain't the same spot. Do I not go through here? Where do I go? Got a door there. A door there. Gotta open this door. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Where do I go? Knock, knock. Hello, it's me. Mom, it's me. I'm home. Mom, Dad. Oh, it's over here. Ooh, taquitos are big yum. I love taquitos so much. Do you like the beef taquitos or do you like the chicken taquitos better? I will judge you harshly depending on your answer. Never count out taquitos. I love taquitos and I bought some, but unfortunately, I got it delivered and it ended up being with cheese on it. Womp womp. Womp womp. Big cheese. They used to call me the big cheese in high school. Yeah. Maybe we gotta feed some rats with this. Creepy. Oh boy. Oh, that's so many hands. So many hands. So many hands. So little time to shake them all. Woo. Yikes. But if you've never had a taquito, well then, Lens, I would tell you that next time that you go to the supermarket, you need to buy some taquitos. They're cheap. And they're really easy to make. Whoa. No touch. No touch. Wow. No touch. Whoa. Nope, you stay right there. Stay right there. That nose of yours. Whoa, y'all watch it. Whoa. We'll have none of that. That's all right, y'all stay back there. Oh, dang it. No! Stupid dummies. I mean, I know how to do it. Now, what do I do with this cheese? There's got to be something with this cheese. Does anybody know what to do with this cheese? Do I throw this cheese to one of those hands and let him eat it? What do I do? No, you go over the dresser. I need to climb the dresser. I just have to go really fast. Let's put the cheese right here. Maybe I'll throw the cheese to him. Here, have some cheese. Yum, yum. No cheese? All right. Run, 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 run. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You just grab me. Dang it. The cheese has a big eyeball looking at it. It's gotta be something, right? Can we eat this cheese? We could use this cheese. They seem to be lactose intolerant. They won't even eat their cheese. Stomach's too weak for cheese? How embarrassing. Here. Maybe I'll try again. Maybe they didn't get my offer last time. There, seriously, it's yours if you want it. It's yours. And that just runs like straight down. I think that, yeah, some of the hands are long enough that you have to like kind of have to weave. You gotta weave. Don't cry, little child. You've only been killed by horrific hands sticking out of the wall. Nothing to cry about. Nothing to be a big baby about. Yeah, we gotta bob and weave. Whoops. No, dang it. That's not the bobbing and weaving I meant to do. We gotta dodge. Ah! There we go. Zooming. Yahoo! Back to the hand zone. The hand zone. All right. Boom. Stay there. Stay there. Boom, boom. All right. We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. All right, here we go. Just gotta keep this one still, and then we climb. Go, 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 go. Ah, that's too bad. It's too slow. The 5 Ds, dodge, duck, dive, dip, and dodge. You just said dodge twice. You said dodge twice. This must be a reference I don't get. Oh, look at all the spare soap. There's so much soap in here. Wow. What's soap important about this to make so much, huh? Earl of Suds moment. Earl of Suds moment. Yeah. Here we go. Earl of Suds moment. Soapy times. Call for soapy. Uh-oh. This is a troubling bath. A troubling bath. Dodgeball, a surprisingly good comedy flick. I think I remember seeing that in the Walmart dollar bin for DVDs. Yeah, I think I've seen this Dodgeball out and about in the wild. So can we hop in here and get washed up? But can I get washed up? Can I get washed up here? No? No washing? All right. Well, I'll see you guys later. Anyway, thanks for oh, it looks like we gotta slide this, I think. Oh, too heavy? How do I need to move this sucker. Yeah, I don't think that I can pull it. Let's see. Ooh, I can't. You're too heavy. Maybe we gotta use the soap. They use the soap to make it slick. La la la. The main appeal of Dodgeball is Alan Tudyk as a pirate. Who? Who'd I? I've never heard of this person. Alan what? Look, I'm dancing off the... You might go to bed soon? Oh, no worries, Merps. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. If it's bedtime, it's bedtime. We're gonna be done with this game in a minute because it's getting pretty late. All right, it's a Monday. Dang it. Maybe we gotta wash them. There we go. I'm gonna wash you, get clean. Zoot. Have you not seen Firefly? Nope, haven't seen Firefly either. You guys, I feel like eventually y'all are gonna get that I have not seen or heard anything. Y'all will get it eventually, I'm confident. I'm confident that y'all will understand that I have not seen anything. A Knight's Tale? Nope, never seen that. He was an Imperial droid in Rogue One. Haven't seen Rogue One either. I'm telling you, I have not seen anything. So just give up, okay? Oh, maybe the light's got to be off. I didn't know that you could turn it on and off. Yeah, because now they can move. So hopefully they'll move out of the... Oh, frick, that moved faster than I thought. Holy moly. I got the idea, but man, that is frightening. Whew. Yikes. That is frightening. Okay. Awesome. That should be good. A Knight's Tale is Heath Ledger's best movie, and I won't hear differently. Uh-oh. Look out for the Batman stands. Here they come. Here they come! Oh, no. Not the Nolans. Not the Nolanites. I don't know what they're called. Not the Nolanites. He was Candy King in Wreck-It Ralph. I have not seen Wreck-It Ralph. Wait a second. Did you say he was the chicken in Moana? Is that true? That doesn't sound true. He was the chicken in Moana that said... That said no words? Is that what you're talking about? Because I have seen Moana. That would be one. Oh my god. What? We don't need chewing dolls. Dude. Chewing dolls. No, he was not Hey Hey. I don't think so. Sounds like a big lie. Sounds like a lie. We've got dolls that walk, talk, blink, and run a temperature. We don't need chewing dolls. You get the frick back there. Oh, heck no, boy. There's too many of them. There's too many of them. We gotta turn on the light, you guys. We gotta turn on the light. There's no way that I can flash the light on all these beans. There's too many of them. We gotta flick on the light. There's gotta be a light somewhere in here. See you later. La 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 la. Oh hell no. Yeah, boy, I almost made it. I made it through further. I made it through further that way than I did with the light. It's funny. Funny joke. Yeah, maybe this chewing one is like a rogue one. A rogue one, and we can get them to attack all the other ones. I think we just gotta keep it so that we don't have any behind us. Then we might be able to weave our way through here. Oh heck no, you stay right over there. Nah. You stay right back there. Yeah, that's right. Now we get away. That's exactly right. There'll be none of that. Yeah, come on in here. There's plenty of light for everybody. Come on in here. There's plenty of light here. Have a ball. Have a ball. I'll put you all in the electric chair. Here you go. Yeah. Hey, it says medicine ball. It was the thing. It was an achievement. All right. We gotta turn on this, I guess. Oh, look, there's the thing that we need up there, up top. Can I move this? Nope, too heavy. Too heavy. Maybe we can jump across, though. Boy, this game almost crashed. This game almost crashed. What? Is it really? Is he actually Hey Hey? Are you lying? Kenny, as the resident Disney nerd here, he was in fact Hey Hey? It's not even a speaking role. Why would they waste it on a... Well, I guess he's cheap, huh? I see. Alan is he's a cheap get. He's a cheap get. I see. Okay. Now I understand this person a little bit better. Can I hop in this chair? Can I go for a ride? Can I go for a ride? Where does this thing lead, huh? You checked it and it's true. Ah, strange. Strange. Maybe he knew the director. All right. Looks like we're gonna make it out of here. We're gonna make it out of here, boys. Grab it. Yeah. You grab it. Grab it. All right. There we go. He's happy to work for Disney, even if it's as a chicken, even if it's as a non-speaking chicken role. Vin Diesel got paid for I Am Groot. I mean, got paid? I mean, the paid part doesn't surprise me. I mean, Groot literally says things though, even if it's just the same words over and over. Look at that. Look at that. They picked it up. What a helpful character. This is one of the most helpful AI I've ever seen in a game. Look at that. They brought their own, they completely without me asking to picked it up. That's nice. Most game AI is as dumb as a stick, but this character just picked up stuff, moving stuff around. I appreciate it. What a good bean. I feel bad for almost killing them with that hammer earlier. What if we held hands on the elevator? More mannequins? More mannequins? Trying to start a spar with Anakin? Uh-oh. This is, scary. Oh yeah, there's more mannequins down here, alright. I guess we weren't done with this flashlight mechanic. Suppose it took a lot of programming and they wanted to make sure that they got the full thing for it. Ooh. Let's climb in. What's going on in here, huh? Ah, there's more mannequins laying around. But now we have a friend with us. Are we gonna have to keep us both alive if they come after us? This looks like the morgue. This is the morgue. Yeah, look, because there's bodies put here. Okay, so there's a hat somewhere in here. We just need to keep our eyes peeled. Keep our eyes peeled for the hat, because this is the morgue. Maybe we... Okay, there's a pipe? Maybe we can open this. Oh, fiddlesticks. Uh-oh. Not in the right room yet, but we're getting close. Pick it up, 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 pick it up. Whammo! Oh, it still takes multiple hits. All right, here we go. Whammo! Whammo! Boom! Right, let it out. Let me at him. Bop. Uh-oh. Bop. Can I fight two at a time? I was gonna say two seems a little much. Oh, are you gonna go to bed, Merps? You said finally going to bed. All right, we'll see you later, Merps. I hope you sleep good. I hope that you have the best sleep. I'm glad that we can hang out with you, Merps. It was a good time. Thanks for being here. Much love. Merps, get some rest. Get some rest. Can we get some hearts in the chat for our friendo Merps? I hope you were encouraged and had a good time. Maybe we gotta... We can't move this bucket. Oh, maybe we gotta... Oh, I think we gotta bust our way out. So we kill the one hand and then we break the wood there. Goops. Goopsies. Yahoo! Let's go Super Mario. Zoom. I'm zooming. Watch this. Bop. And we can get out immediately. Ah, won't work. Dang it. No, you can't break the wood. What? Bruh. This is ridiculous. This game is ridiculous. Bop. Oh, got his knuckle. Come back here. Come back here. I'm gonna destroy those joints. We're playing Five Finger Filet right now. Five Finger Filet live on Twitch. Boom. Boom. Ah, oh, come on. You gotta kill both of them. I'm used to putting games up to their hardest setting and then suffering. I'm pretty used to doing that. Like we did that with Kenna. We put it to its max difficulty. I've been playing Assassin's Creed at its highest difficulty. And then I suffer and then like, then I deserve it, you know? But this game, like, there's no difficulty slider. Like, this is just the game. It's just how it is. Bop. Bop. There we go. Yeah, I started Valhalla last night. It's pretty fun so far. But I haven't played too much of it. I got kind of stuck in the first boss. Yeah, I got stuck in the first boss. It's, combat's a little jank whenever you turn it on the highest difficulty. I don't want to turn it down. I don't want to turn down the difficulty on Valhalla, but I might have to. The time that they give you for parries is so low. So that if you attack while you're supposed to parry, it's literally impossible to recover from it. It's like once you even on a light hit, if you commit to the hit, it won't let you out of it. Hey, Rusty Keys, how are you doing? Yeah, we're playing Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares numero dos. Oh, I just got grabbed. I just got. Dang it. The parry time is almost nothing. Yeah, I'll have to get used to it. Wahoo, wahoo. It's pretty fun so far. I mean, go figure. I'd like the one that's about Norway. Wahoo, let's go. Oh, Steve, do I hear Chris Pratt in the chat? Oh my. Wahoo indeed. Oh, I almost just hit my friend. Dang it. Stupid hand. You call that a face palm. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. You keep those palms off of my face. Here we go. Come on now. Now I'm gonna beat up all these hands. These hands don't stand a chance. Just wait till I beat all of these hands with this metal pipe. All these hands are going down. Dang it! No! This game's not fair. This game's not fair! This game was made by monsters. I think that these mannequins actually made the, made the game. They just want to be able to win. They rigged the game against us so that they can win all the time. Snooze. All right, hand, you coming from over here now? No. Bam. I need that hand. Bam. Die. 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 Thank you. Thank you for dying. Hurry up. Hurry up. My partner's so slow. Whammo. All right. Bye-bye. Look out. Look out. There's a crazy maniac with a... Okay, I'll help you. Yank, yank. Yeah. There we go. Come on now. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. All right, there we go. Now we're gonna get out of here. Oh no! Oh no! Look at all these faces. Bonus faces. Oh my. What's going on in here, huh? Hey, hello? Hello? Oh my, it's the Gibgalubgalub. The Schwabble Double. Oh my gosh, it is the Gobgalubulub. He loves books. Uh-oh. I am the Gibgalubulub, the Schwibble Double, Shibble Double, Dibble Double Lub. Oh yes, he is a oh dear. Wait, whoa, what is going on here? I think that he's making a mannequin. Making a mannequin. Good night, Kenny. Have a fun stream. All right. And sleep well. Have wonderful dreams. We'll see you later, Anne. Get some rest. Get some rest. I'm sure that you'll have wonderful dreams. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, look at it go. Look at him go. He does schmoove. What's he hooked onto up there? How's he getting around? See you later, buddy. Bye-bye. Uh-oh. Look at him go. Look at him go. He's like a ceiling worm. No, 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 no. Oh, dang it. Fiddlesticks. Stupid big guy. Big dummy. You big dummy. You get your hands off me. Get your hands off of me. You get your filthy mitts. So, I guess this isn't the spot where we're supposed to look for the hat. I don't see a hat. You didn't expect that thick boy. He's flying Jabba.
Ida boda banda Han Solo banda wabba dabba. Han Solo banda bamba dabba baba.
Oh, we're headed out. See you later. Ecom Bolcom. Oh, he doesn't know we're in here. He doesn't know where we could be. He's dumb. He breathed heavy. Oh,
Jabba the what? You said your name was Jabba the what? By the propane. Oh, well, you may not be able to speak English, but I know a propane fan when I hear one. Well, these aliens aren't all bad.
No, Dad. Dad, don't trade with Jabba.
Oh.
wait. Oh, there's a mask over there. Maybe that's it. Look, there's a little monkey mask. It can be a little monkey baby. You're gonna head off. Just gonna chill for a bit before I start working on my unis. See you tomorrow, Kenny. Sounds good. Sounds good. We're gonna be beating this game. We're gonna be beating this game tomorrow. I want that mask so bad. I'd die for this mask right here. Mine. Is that even a mask? Bruh, we dead. We dead? That ain't a mask.
Is that the propane and propane?
Yeah, that's, what's his name? Hank Hill. Hank Hill from the popular show King of the Hill, of course. They look like bait. I think that might be bait for a dum-dum. That's bait for dumb players, Kenny. That's not a mask. That's just... Oh, did he see me? How did he see me? He's got some crazy peripheral vision. You got some serious peripheral vision, Buster. Hey! Well. I think that we gotta use it to hit this button though, right? It's all about the button. It's all about the button mashing, you guys. You just have to go. I am the Gibgalubulub. Yeah, see, he can see us from this angle. Look at us. Look at him. Look at him. Close your mouth. Is a block not good enough? Shaking my head. Of course not. A block? Who do you take me for? What do you take me for? A chump? Heck no. I'm taking this monkey mask. We're taking this monkey mask. Oh my gosh, my friend's walking around. I am the Glib. Come on. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here, you and me. You and me, we've got this one. Yep. All right. Get the hell out of here. Oh boy, here we go. Zoop. You don't know where I am, do you? Nope, you don't know where I am. Hey! No, dang it. How did he know? How did he know? Where did he gain that knowledge? Who gave it to him? All right, go in there. Yep, I'm hiding under there. Yep, you know where I am. Whoa, does he have no pants on? He's got no figure though. Yeah, he's got no booty. Got no booty on him. He's got all that mass and no booty. All right, let's go over. Oh, and he's gone. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. A coward as well. A shame. There we go. We will just intersect meshes for a second. I have a feeling that's not the last that we've seen of this fellow. As they tend to reuse these like little bosses for the whole area. He disappeared into thick air. Oh. Oh, look at him. He's crawling. He's crawling, man. I can't believe that the ceiling can hold him up. Alright, I just gotta stay away from these holes, otherwise I'm gonna get yoinked. Okay. Oh boy. He could get up here if he wanted to. I'm gonna run around for a little bit. Okay, there's a landing spot there. Whoa! No, I see. Oh, that made a thump. Ew. That made a meaty thump. Your big meaty claws. I said your big meaty claws.
There we go. We just gotta slide this out and get our mask.
He's filled with helium. Yeah, let's hop in here. My mask. Oh wait, what? Oh, she is trying to bury me. Hey! Open that back up. Good morning. How are you doing, Tin? You have a meeting in a bit, so you just dropped by. Tin, we love you.
We love you, Tin.
Good luck with your meeting. Good luck with your meeting. It's good to see you. Bye-bye, Tin. Oi, oi, oi. Bye-bye. Hi-bye. Hiya. Tin. We love you. Feet. Feet, feet, feet. Whose feet are these? Look at these spread toesies. Look at these toesies all spread out. Well, let's take a look, sir. Stinky. Climb up here. Let's see, we got tags. Whee! Hey, pretty sweet. Got some glass. Get out of here. Got some goop in the sink, of course, of course. Who could forget the goop in the sink? Well, what's the point of getting up here? Why am I up here? Just to throw stuff? Oh. All right. Let's look inside here. What do we got here? Squeeze. Squeeze squash. Squeeze the head. It lets you bounce. They are filled with helium. They are. You can jump off of it. You can get a leap. Okay, I see. Oh my goodness. They really are filled with air. They are filled with... Oh, look, there's a key. There's the key, I should say. But yeah, there's supposed to be... It's a bouncy castle. Yay! Oh, that's where we came in. Let's see. Let's move this. You're gonna go now? Well, first watch something not scary, then sleep. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Pixelated noms. So see you later. We'll see you later. Get some good rest. Get some good rest. Watch something wholesome. Watch something wholesome. Bye-bye, noms. It was good to see you. It was good. It's so good to see you. Maybe I can open up some extras. Yeah, come open. Boing, boing. Oh wait, we should grab the key. First we grab the key, then we say wee. Yahtzee. Dang it. Almost landed on that glass, too. Whew. It's close. Can I open up this one? Oh, yeah. Nope, not that one. What about this one? Give it a little. Give it a little. Nope. What about this one? Here we go. Ta-da!
A mummy.
We can now be our own mother. I can't believe it. An Egyptian mask just for me. Oh boy. We look like Hush from Batman. We look like Hush. Boing. Batman. Yes, Batman. Ooh, there we go. All right, we hopping up. Let's get the key. Sip, juggling, get swole, lad. Oh, snap. Trifecta of sadness. How dare you, Calico? Okay, I'm gonna take the drink. I'm gonna work out, like I always say, you guys. You're encouraged. If you want to work out, you can work out right now. But if you don't want to, then you can just watch me suffer, and it'll actually give you the same benefits of working out. It will, as I stress out my arm muscles and leg muscles, it will actually give you strength yourself just for watching. So, yeah, here we. There we go. Great. Is that enough for you? Now where's my juggling balls? They roll under the bed. Ah. And where'd they go? Ah. It went so far under the bed. I'm just gonna use these other ones that aren't underneath the bed. Can't work out. You have a sleeping cat on you. Oh, I see. A sleeping cat. Well, I understand that. I mean, you already ran? Hey, congratulations. Lens has already done their workout. Okay, this is just the mid-show juggling sesh. Here we go. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Maybe I can go like, oh. Dang it. You're just too lazy to work out? No worries. Does that mean that I can do pull-ups? Of course. Of course, Di, you just did pull-ups by watching me do it, of course. Oh. Okay. I'll try a... Ooh. Stop throwing them. I'm gonna try a half shower. Oh. This is tough. I don't like these juggling balls as much, but I don't want to crawl under my bed and retrieve that other one. Ooh, dang it. Okay. I'll do like a couple more. Maybe I can do like, oh, not that. Maybe I can do a little 1, 2. I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy to do my juggling, okay? There's your juggling break, you sorry sucker. That's it. That's your juggling break, okay? I'm gonna keep playing this game. That counts, okay? That counts in my mind. You need a cane to reach the things? I need to just put something under my bed to block the way. I need to just get like a big container that I could put underneath my bed and hide stuff. Not stuff that needs to be hidden, but stuff that I don't want to look at. Put it under the bed and it'll block the way too. It'll be a 2-for-1 deal. A 2-for-1 deal. Now, if I hop in here, you're gonna let me go back, right? Pull me back. I didn't even call for them. Yeah, this calling mechanic isn't used very much. I said, hey, and they're like, hey. All right, let's crack open the door. Where's the door at? Where's the door? Where's the door? Where's the door at? He said that the next hat is in the room full of mailing letters. Oh, mailing letters, eh? I don't know if we're gonna make it to the next hat tonight. It's already getting pretty late. You could put your body pillow in the way. My what? My what? My body pillow? I don't have a body pillow. So that would be extremely difficult to do since it doesn't exist. Die. I've already given you a full room tour. Do you really think that I'd go to the trouble of specifically hiding my body pillow that totally doesn't exist and putting it in another room? No, absolutely not. Yeah. Come on now. Come on now. All right, we're gonna crawl through the crates. I mean the grates. This takes forever, bro. All right. Try to prevent my... Oh, it's pretty tough lifting me all the way up, wasn't it? Whoa, it's the big lad. The big boy. The big proud boy. You hear that, buddy? Nope, he didn't. Okay. Oh, shoot. Reach Pat, what's up, yo? Reach Pat, thank you so much for the raid. What's up, yo? Yo, Reach Pat and friends. Thank you so much, Reach Pat, for the raid. I appreciate it. Hey, how was the stream, you guys? How was the stream? That's it. A fantastic Reach Pat raid. Oh dear. Oh dear. I missed what the bot said. What were y'all playing? What was up? Oi, thank you so much for the raid. Hi there. My name's Zerlasuds. We're having a spooky time playing bum, bum, bum. Little Nightmares 2. It's pretty spooky and disgusting. So if you don't want to watch it, I totally understand. I'm not gonna play it like immediately, but listen, I understand if you don't want to watch this. Normally we're playing wholesome stuff, so tonight is just not a super wholesome night, but it is a little bit spooky. I understand. If you want to leave, I'd appreciate if you came back some other time. Like maybe in a couple of days we'll be done with this game and we'll be playing. That kind of scared me. It's so loud, but thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Ari Kasha, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you want to hang out with us whenever we're not watching scary stuff, I understand. You love the Megumin gif? Okay. If you do, then let me fix this figure and I'll show it to you. Just because you mentioned it, okay? Did I just say it's stupid? What is it? Did I say it in a dumb way? You like that? You like the GIF? I have this figure just sitting right over here. Right over here. The GIF comes first, but the sound still got you. It's because you've been playing Minecraft. It's because you've been playing Minecraft and you're scared of the skeletons. I don't know if I'm more scared of skeletons, creepers. Well, definitely not zombies. It's either skeletons or creepers. Those suckers are rough. I also like boosted that audio as loud as I could. Haku, hey, I'm glad that you like the figure. But yes, if you came over from Reach Pat, I appreciate you coming over here. I play games every single day, and all this month we're going to be playing some spooky games. Little Nightmares. We're going to be playing Luigi's Monsoon, I think is how you say it. Alan Wake, Phasmophobia, Metroid Dread. Yeah, the day that Metroid Dread comes out, that's whenever we're going to be playing it. But yeah, we're playing spooky game today. Spooky. You've been pathing through the nether with Soul Sand Valleys. That skeleton is just annoying at this point. Piglins get me every time. I'm so bad at walking in the nether. I'm so bad at doing anything in the nether. It used to be easy, but it's not easy anymore. They made the nether way harder in the last few updates. Skeletons are easy to counter if you have a shield. Yeah, I just never use shields. I never use shields. Whenever I play Minecraft with Alice, she always gets mad that I never have a shield. Big boy. There's one big boy. Gas make you jump every time though? Yeah, gas could be... I get killed by gas a lot. That's why I stay out of the nether. It's too much trouble. You also play without a shield? Oh, no, that's no good. That's no good. Yeah, so I have to, like, just run away from the skeletons. They shoot me in the back and kill me. So rude. That does remind me, I do really want to have a Minecraft server at some point that we can all play on. I already own a server. It's just not set up yet. Because I like after every movie night, I'm like, we should be able to play a game. Maybe we can start playing. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. It lives. What the flip flap is this? What the heck is this thing? Yeah, obviously we're just supposed to try to climb out of here and then it wakes up. Can I wake it up right now? Mike almost woke him up. Look, I'm under your bed. Beep, 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 boop. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Wake up. Beep, 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 beep. Boop, boop, boop. Shine this eyeball, shine it right in your eyeball. Beep, boop, boop. Oh, look. There's a switch. Are you supposed to turn off its ventilator? That's horrible. Yes. We summon crepes at every opportunity. Your chat spawns monsters at you all the time. What? Crowd control in modern Minecraft sounds dangerous. That sounds dangerous. I don't think that I'd trust anybody with that. I don't think I'd trust these beans. Heck no. They'd kill me immediately. Oh no, what do we do? Oh. Did we just kill its dad? Gold Bear, what's up? Gold Bear! Am I supposed to leave right now? Is this my opportunity? Oh, I see. It's my opportunity. Oh, it's my opportunity to escape. I was too curious. I was wondering what was going on. Oh, it's up here. We gotta climb up here while it's busy. Can I grab on this foot? Give me a boost. Do we gotta pull these out? Oh, I think that they give you a little oomph. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Whew. All right, we're gonna grab this. Grab. All right, and now we escape. La 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 la. No worries, you guys. We're just walking out. We're just walking out. I don't know what we did, but I already regret it. It's not good. The raincoat child. It's so cute. It's the other child. Here we go. Get to the chopper! Gold Bear, get to the chopper! Oh no! Oh no! Now we're gonna die! No! I didn't think that we'd have to run out the door. They teach you to hide all the time. You're gonna hop out? All right. We'll see you later, a nerd with a switch. It was good to see you. Thanks for coming in with Reach Pat. Thanks for coming in with Reach Pat. Reach Pat. Zoop. Here he comes. Oh Lord, he coming. Whoa. Come on. All right. Everybody loves a good chase. This is exactly like that Sonic Adventure game. At the speed of sound. This is way scarier than a 18-wheeler though. Faster. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm going as fast as I can. He's crawling. Good Lord. Here he comes. Oh boy, we gotta hop in the oven. Hop in the oven. He can't come in the oven with us. Oh, we gotta hide in the ash. Up from the ashes, grow the roses up. What? Did he just... Oh, what? Bruh. Less glitchy than any Sonic game, though. What? I don't think so. There's got to be some, like, one of the games on the Genesis has got to be better than this dang old game. I've had game-breaking bugs. We just gotta crawl away over here. They just closed him in the oven. Oh my gosh, we're about to cook him. We killed his parents and now we're gonna kill him. Oh my god. How do I get out of here though? How do I get out of there? Oh boy. I thought that I saw that they like opened the door for me or something, but I couldn't get out. I couldn't get out. Here he comes. Go, 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 go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Yeah, so we lure him in here, and then there's like a grate that they opened and let me out. Maybe I just wasn't centered on it. I don't know. We gotta wait our way. Wait our way, wait our way, wait our way. Yeah, look, they're pulling on it. They're pulling. Oh, I gotta push it? Oh, okay, that's what it is. Bacon! We're making cookies! Making cookies. Just put your hands up like it's a fire. Putting your hands up, warming yourself by the fire. Oh my god. I'm starting to worry about this friend of mine. Just sitting warming their hands by the fire seems a little rude. Nice and toasty. Can I turn this off? I want to go in there and observe the body. They never let me see the carnage. Darn it. Maybe I can crawl in there and take a look. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Can I grab this? Oh, give me a boost. Give me a boost. Oh, that hold my hand. I don't need physical contact. Here, do a spin. Woo, woo. Woo, woo. All right, give me a boost. Give me a boost. There we go. Let's get out of here. Boing, boing. Cold physically or emotionally? Maybe both. Sumetai. Sumetai. All right. We might call it a night here. This is pretty good. I wanted them to make you redo the level for crawling into fire. Are you kidding? Gonna need to put a mature filter for all this hand holding. I'm surprised that you typed that out. That's one of those things that it's like, the streamer can say it, but please don't type it out, you guys. Don't type out, now I don't want to say it. Oh, can we get some more food? I'm starving. I'm starving. Anybody want something? Here, I'll just get some more. Here, I'll just get as many cans of Coke as we can, okay? What do y'all want? Fanta? Y'all want 7-Up or Sprite? Come on, which one's better? 7-Up or Sprite, you guys. They're almost the same, but they're not quite. Look at all these dead people. All right, Grandma. There's your Coca-Cola. There's your Coca-Cola Classic. Whoops. Oh, looks like we're headed out. Same thing with a window. A mix of 7-Up and Sprite. Shaking my head. You're just saying that to bother me. Look how pretty it looks outside. Wow. It's beautiful. I mean, like, really ugly, but I mean, like, beautiful, you know? It's beautiful in an ugly kind of way. Like, purposefully ugly. Weird. Ooh. It's so atmospheric. Is this what Britain looks like? Wow. You gotta go to bed? Oh, what? You're not bailing? Sorry I bailed on you beans for so long. Oh, what? That's not bailing. We'll see you later, Linz. Get some rest. Enjoy your sleep.
Enjoy your sleep. Enjoy your sleep.
We're walking it out in this rain. Oh, what was that? What's happening over here? Is that bodies? What was that? What the heck just hit the ground over there? So did everybody get turned into mannequins? Is that what's happening? Is that what happened? I feel like everybody got turned into a mannequin and then they all got torn up. Yeah, I think they're throwing bodies out the window. What was that? Oh, the mannequins? I feel like they didn't make the mannequins to make the story make sense. They did it to keep it T. Because it don't make no sense to me. Are mannequins just stand-ins for humans, essentially, in this game? Is that what's going on? What the heck is that? Whoa! One big boy, please. One large boy. Okay. One large boy just... He loves his television. You can't be part of the Cosby Show. This is not the way. No. Buddy. You could never be on television. No. He's dead. Oh, let's go on this one. No. He yeeted into the TV. It's true. He's crazy. Boing. Whoa, there's music jamming. Hey, buddy. You want in there? What's going on? Trying to get in there? Hey. All right, I'm just gonna ignore you because you clearly don't respond to light. Oh yeah, they're busy. They're busy looking at these screens. Oh my. I see. There's a bit of a metaphor going on here. Like they're so focused on their screens. I see. All right. Oh, Gold Bear, get some food. Get some noms. Get some nommy noms. We'll see you in a bit, Gold Bear. Oh, look, they're even watching TV in the pool. Maybe we can dump that TV into the tub. Look at him. I can't believe it. This is America. This is America. Part of my heritage. I can't believe it. This is literally America. This is exactly like it. It's a carbon copy ripoff of America. Whoops. Ew, I hate cautionary tales. You don't like preachy media? Bruh. If media is not preachy, I don't want it. You know what I'm saying? How'd you get over there? How are you so good at jumping? Boing. Ah! Almost fell off. Wahoo! Yeah. Marie, I think that you maybe can't tell on the stream, but it's hard to tell the depth. It's difficult to tell depth in this game. It's not the worst, but it is quite difficult. Whee, going up. Oh wait, no, going down. But what about the key? Oh, we're going. What? What? Maybe we have to attract them. Oh, you're kidding? Oh, no worries. No worries. I need legitimate help so much of the time. Sometimes I can't tell if you're joking. How do we get out of here? You can give me a boost. Oh, we gotta jump off while it's going. I see. Not like that, but kind of like that. Yeah, we gotta jump off of it while it's going. Gotta jump over to the right. Just not off the edge. I can't follow them whenever I am doing it faster than them. See you later. Click. See you later. We dumped our friend. A shame. I'm crawling alone. Oh, I guess I gotta unlock it for them. Platforming. What excitement. Is this the way? Yes. Oh, look, you can see below. That's wacky. That's wild. We gotta find a key and let our friend loose. What do we got going on in here? Got a light to switch? Ow! Got a big old box. Something in the box? Oh, nothing there. Maybe yank this? Yeah! Ah, the files. Open up these. What do we have here? A key! What a surprise. Perfect. I leave my elevator key in my drawers all the time, to be honest. So what do we need you for, eh? There's gotta be something that's blocked that we need a friend for. A friend like you. Come on. Where are we going? You got a plan there, buddy? Also, look how shiny the water is. It's all splish splash. Splish splash. Where are we headed? Doesn't look like it's in here. I think we gotta walk out of the way. I don't know why the camera's not shifting for me. You're just sitting down. You're just sitting down. You know this one doesn't have a clear-cut boundaries between chapters, eh? Yeah, seems like it. We'll just have to make up an ending. We'll have to make up our own ending, you guys. Like, right now seems like a pretty good ending if I could figure out where the heck we're supposed to go. Maybe we gotta, maybe this isn't to call, I thought that this was to call the elevator, but maybe it's not. What did that do? Turn on the light in here? No? What did that do? Maybe, maybe that changes the direction of the elevator? Oh, no, you're still there. Oh, come on in. Is it not that? Are you coughing over there? We pulled the switch. What next? I can't quite reach it by myself. Can I just grab your hand? Here. Let me grab that hand. Let me grab your hand. Come here. Let me grab that hand. Come here. I don't know how to hold hands anymore. It's been so long. It's been so long. I don't remember. Yeah. We'll call it a night here. We'll call it a night here. Good place to end, since I don't know what the heck to do. We can figure it out tomorrow. More spooky game tomorrow. Okay, sweet. Let's turn on some tunes, and we can find somebody to raid you guys. The hat marks the chapters. Well, we just made up our own ending. Okay, we made up our own ending, and look, we got achievements and stuff. Wow, we got 11 out of 35 achievements. That's a lot. That's a lot. 11 achievements for that long. That's a lot. That's fun. It's been really fun so far. I like this game. It's good stuff, you guys. And I have Rosera to thank for this game because I didn't even have to get it. Rosera got me it whenever it got released. But yeah, let's call it a night, you guys. It was fun. It was disturbing and fun. Well, Lemonberry, I mean, that's the point of it for sure. I mean, that's the idea. I've been a lurky bean. How was the game? It's spooky. It is frightening, but it's lots of fun. It's pretty much exactly the same as the last one. It's exactly the same as the first one. It's just different characters, different environments. It looks a bit better. It's got some more clever ideas, I feel like the fact that teddy bear had a key inside of it and you could do an x-ray machine on it. That's pretty cool. You do like this game? Yeah, oh, you don't or you do? I think yeah, the L was just supposed to be an L, right? You do like it? I'm enjoying it too. It's pretty fun. We'll probably be done tomorrow, maybe. I'm not sure how long this game is, but I doubt that it's much longer than 10 hours. I like that about it. I can stand the necky teacher. Oh, the long neck teacher. Long necked Laura. Yeah, she's a bit nasty. She's a bit weird, but it's fun. I like it, you guys. Let's raid somebody. Maybe we can raid a spooky game. Let's see. I see that Fish is on. Maybe we could raid Fish. I never get to hang out with that bean. The first was like 3 hours. Yeah, the first one was one stream, like what, 3 hours? And this one we already played it for 5 hours and it's still going. It's still going. It seems like there's plenty to it. My friend Fish is playing Jackbox Party Packs. I wonder if he's playing with stream or if he's playing with friends. He's not family friendly, and Jackbox is not a family friendly game, but I never get to raid Fish, so if I can, we should. He's only been on for 3 hours, so I think that he's gonna keep playing. He says, community games nights. Okay, so he's playing with the community. We should go say hi. Fish is really cool, and I freaking love his emotes. We should go say hi. Yeah, community day. Well, whatever. If it's late, then we can raid him. Jackbox is super fun. Yeah, I don't know if you can get on not being a sub, but regardless, it can be fun. We can watch them being goofy. But you guys, thanks for hanging out with me and keeping me company during the spooky game. Like I said, I don't get scared with games whenever I have y'all watching with me, but I mean, you could also think of that as y'all making it less scary. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, you guys. I almost would have been so scared without you, but you were here. All right, let's come up with a message. Maybe we can say, I don't know. We could say, looks like we got a late catch. Looks like we got a late catch. And this is so long. Is this legal? And this is the cutest fish I've ever seen. That's such a long thing. Is that even a message at this point? Can we do this? Is this illegal? I mean, most people just like copy. They just what? They copy the same message over and over. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like it. That's good. That's gonna be the message. That's the message. It's a big one. It's a big one. You may not be so late to stream tomorrow, but I'm gonna go to Chinatown with my coworker. Hey, cool beans. Sounds like fun, Lupus. We'll see you whenever you get here. We'll see you whenever you get here. But yeah, let's raid Fish to go say hi. Bye-bye, Earl and chat. Have a great night. Hey, Improved Alpaca. Have a good night. I hope that everybody sleeps well. You wouldn't want to have spooky nightmares. Whoa, spooky. Be careful, you guys. Make sure that you watch something nice before you go to bed. I wouldn't want you to have horrific dreams. Okay, let me get my messages all ready. I'll go over to my other dashboard. Okay, but I'll see you guys later. Have a wonderful sleep. I hope you have a great day tomorrow, and I hope that whether you're working, doing school, whether you're staying at home, whether you're getting chores done, I hope that y'all have a wonderful time. I love y'all all so very much, and thank you so much for the support and everything else. I appreciate all of y'all so much, and I love hanging out with y'all. Thanks for being here. I'll see you guys later, okay? Until next time, I'll be here tomorrow. Okay, let me thank my mods. First of all, thank you so much, Alchemic, for watching over the chat. Thank you so much, Dai, Jedi, Aurora, Linz, and Arisa for being my amazing mods. That I've got 5 mods and I'm never unmodded. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you, VIPs, Lemonberry, Bohemian Moon, Calico, Kivi, Lupus, Tayaki, the Crane Couple, for all of the months and months and months of hanging out with me. Those are my VIPs, you guys. Also, thank you so much to the people that rated, Reachpad rated, and let me see if I can find another one. Nameen also rated at the very, very beginning. I super appreciate it. And I'll see you guys later. All right. Night. Love you all. Bye. Take care of yourself. See you later, King of Squirrel. Bye. Improved Alpaca. Blue Jay. See you later. Gold Bear. Hey, you made it back. See you later. Bye. Have fun with Fish. I'll see you guys later. Bye. I love all you beans. Thank you very much for watching the videos. I'll see you next time.